I'd like to open the Town Council regular meeting of the Town of Fairfax, and it's 6:30. We are at the Fairfax Women's Club, 46 Park Road, Fairfax. And we did have a special meeting, which I'll mention later. But before we do anything, let us do the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you all. And Madam Clerk, may I get a roll call vote, please?
Yes, Mayor. Councilmember Ackerman.
Present.
Councilmember Hellman.
I'm here.
Councilmember Catrano.
Present.
Vice Mayor Blash.
Here.
Mayor Kohler.
Here. Okay, and could I get a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
And could I get a second?
I'll second.
Okay, so that was Councilmember Catrano and then Councilmember Hellman. And could I get a roll call vote, please, Madam
Yes,
Clerk?
Mayor. Councilmember Ackerman.
Yes.
Councilmember Hellman.
Yes.
Councilmember Catrano.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Blash.
Yes.
Mayor Kohler.
Yes. And I'll go ahead and read the land acknowledgement. The Fairfax Town Council acknowledges that we are located on the unceded ancestral lands of the Coast Miwok people of present-day Marin County. We honor with gratitude the land itself and all of its ancestors, past, present, and emerging. I'll go ahead and read the meeting protocol. The mayor shall maintain order at the meetings. The council and the audience are expected to refrain from using profane language and or ridiculing the character or motives of council members, staff, or members of the public, and to maintain the standards of tolerance and civility. Please turn off all cellular phones or place them in the silent mode. The town council will review the agenda at 10 p.m. to ascertain which items, if any, will be continued to another meeting. Any matter not started by 11:30 p.m. will be continued to an adjourned or regular council meeting unless the council votes to suspend this rule. And reporting out on closed session, there's nothing to report out. And with that, we will move on to probably the best item of the day, which is presentations by our police chief Tabaranza on our 100-year anniversary of our police department. But I'll let you follow the order.
Well, actually, we're preparing for the 100-year anniversary. That's next year. But tonight, we're having a very special occasion that's coming up here. We have a bunch of things to celebrate. But first of all, my name is Rico Tabaranza. I'm the chief of police here at the Fairfax Police Department. Nice to meet you all. Just want to thank you all for being here, family, friends, loved ones, the community. Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council, Town Manager, and all of staff. This event actually it's pretty unique because this is the first official return of our badge pinning and official oath of office ceremony here during a town council meeting since COVID. Our last one being in September 5th of 2018. So this is like the return. We're back. It's game on. So we have many items. I know that. So I just want to move on this quickly because we got business to do, or they do. So before I bring them up, just a quick message. I just want to express deeply my gratitude for those being honored today. You know, let's just bring it back. Let's be humans again. I just want to express my gratitude to those being honored today, respectfully. The full-time, part-time men and women here at the Fairfax Police Department, I've witnessed them personally serve this community through adversity without reservation or hesitation, no matter what. Personally seen it. Everyone at this police department, including our reserves and our part-time, they come to work with this servant leadership mindset every day, focusing and providing their best customer service in everything they do, whether big or small. No calls too small here. We go to everything, and they come with that attitude daily. It may not even be a police matter. I guarantee you, if it's flooding and the street drain at 3 a.m. is clogged at your neighborhood, you'll see one of these guys or gals get out a rake from their police car and rake that drain because they know that if they don't do it at 3 a.m., it'll be a big problem at 8 when the commute starts. So I know the things that they do behind the scenes, and I just want to express my gratitude and grateful for all of them. So I know you're here for some purposes that may not be because of us, but please give them that respect that they all deserve today. So thank you for that. Um, let's see. I just want to share our mission statement just real quick, and then we'll move on. Our mission statement simply is to build a stronger, better relationship with the community we serve and to create a safer community by enforcement of state and local statutes fairly, impartially, and consistently, tempered with friendliness, courtesy, and understanding. Now, I didn't memorize that because I read it, but that's the culture we have here. And I believe that's true of all that's here tonight. I believe, and I'm very proud of each and every single one of them. And before I call them up, just want to let you know that they have expressed that, they have shown that. It's very evident in this community that relationships are built. We've withstanded the COVID pandemic, a lot of issues that are sensitive in our environment, past, present, and today, and happening in the future. And just very proud of that. So let's bring this back with some dignity, please. So come on up. I'm bringing up Lieutenant William Cade, Detective Shelby Jones, Officer Malik Carter, Police Services Technician Maya Patterson Birch. And if we can have our Deputy Town Clerk please come up. So what we'll be doing now is an oath of office administered by our Deputy Town Clerk, Christine Foster.
Good evening, everyone. So the execution of this oath is required by Article 20, Section 3 of the Constitution of the United States. So if you would all please raise your right hand for me and repeat after me. I do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California, that I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter. Congratulations.
Thank you, Deputy Clerk. You can all please stand back there real quick. Okay, so that was our oath of office. Now what we're doing is a badge pinning ceremony, which is very special in our profession. It's when they have earned the right to receive a badge on their chest, and it's usually pinned by a very special person, whether it may not be me, but it's mostly like a family member, a loved one. So that's what we'll do today. So we'll start with our newly hired police services technician. Her name is Maya Patterson Birch. Please come up. And before I call her mother, who will be pinning her today, Elizabeth Birch, I would like to just get you informed about Maya and let you know something about her. So she's currently here part-time as our PST. She gets a lot of the yelling and the bad faces because she deals with the tickets and all the time parking issues and all that. So she does a lot of the tough work, you know. She's currently a Sonoma County resident. She has a bachelor's degree in anthropology and a master's degree in teaching English to speakers of other languages from San Francisco State University. She is fluent in Japanese, and she is also a certified translator and a former special ed teacher. Working here at Fairfax PD is the beginning of Maya's law enforcement journey. Come on, Maya, you gotta give him a smile. Give him a smile. There you go. She aspires to one day be a police officer here. So I'm very proud of that. In attendance supporting her tonight is her mother, Elizabeth Birch, and several family members and friends in the audience. If I can please call up her mother, Elizabeth Birch. So at this time, just going to give her a few seconds to speak.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I just wanted to thank everyone for how welcomed I felt in this community, even in just such a short amount of time. And I look forward to what the new experience brings. And I am happy to protect and serve my new community. Thank you so much.
All right, next up is our newly hired police officer, Officer Malik Carter. And before he's pinned by his wife, Nishka Carter, I'd like to share some information about Malik right here. So currently, he's a newlywed. There you go. He's a Sonoma County resident now, and he was a former Alameda County EMT. In October 22, he was hired as a police cadet with Fairfax PD, right? And he did so well that on April 23, we sponsored him to attend the Santa Rosa Junior College Police Academy on behalf of the Fairfax Police Department. So that's good job, man. There he graduated in August of 23, and he graduated #2 ranked. Now, unfortunately, they only had a graduating class of 2, so he did all right. Malik is passionate about supporting schools and mentoring students, and would someday want to explore becoming a school resource officer or a juvenile detective here at Fairfax, hopefully. So in attendance supporting him tonight is his wife, Nishka. Said it right, right? All right. And several family members and friends. So Nishka, please come up. I don't know where there she is. Finally, some emotions, right? No, but I was just joking about the #2 thing, but here you go. Malik, tell me.
I appreciate it, all of you guys for being here. Town council, town manager, mayor, thank you for this opportunity. All my family, friends, my wife, my beautiful wife supported me throughout this whole journey. I know it wasn't easy, just waking up these early mornings. My mother-in-law, Anu Sharma, for making sure my tummy was full during the academy. My father-in-law, my aunt, uncle, I appreciate all y'all. My brother, thank you for coming from LA. No, thank you. This journey hasn't been easy, but it's been a blessing, and I'm truly honored and blessed to be in this position. And I just want to give Fairfax my all.
That's great. Next, we have Detective Shelby Jones. So Detective Jones will be pinned by her mother, Kendra Pollard. But before that, I just want to share that Shelby is a Sonoma County resident. She has prior law enforcement experience before coming here, and she came to us in September of 2021. She has a Bachelor's of Arts degree from the Sonoma State University, successfully appointed detective in January 2024 after a very competitive process. And on her spare time, Shelby volunteers at a cat adoption center where she actually met Maya. So, recruiting everywhere, right? And we learned that Detective Jones has a very special talent as well. She has a unique set of skills like the Equalizer or John Wick with the bow and arrow. Weird. But so in attendance supporting her tonight is her mother, Kendra, and grandmother, Gail. And Kendra, please come up to pin Shelby. Shelby?
Yeah, thank you everybody who's here, not just for us, the police department, but to be supporting your community at all of these meetings. For everybody up here on the stage behind me that's doing their all for their community, I appreciate and thank everybody that's spending their time to come here and be present for that. And thank you to my friends and family who are here to support me personally and the rest of our police department. Thank you.
Well done. Thank you. Lieutenant William Cade. This is Lieutenant William Cade, and he will be penned by his grandmother, Janetta Cade, who's right here in the front, but not yet. Take your time. So Lieutenant Cade here has prior law enforcement experience. He came 7. Currently, he is a Solano County resident. Lieutenant Cade, in his 17 years here, served in almost all capacities. You know, if you've been here that long, you're probably doing everything. To name a few, he has served as a patrol officer, crime scene, the police corporal, internal affairs investigator, police patrol sergeant, and detective sergeant. He rose from police officer to lieutenant, and currently he is the second in command at the Fairfax Police Department. Very well. Adding to his pedigree, he has a bachelor's degree in criminal justice management from the Union Institute University, graduated from Sherman Block Supervisory Leadership Institute, Class 439, and currently he's on the wait list to attend the FBI National Academy in Quantico, Virginia, to represent the Fairfax Police Department among 250 plus international leaders around the world. It's very selective, prestigious, and he'll be the second one to go there when he goes out of Fairfax PD. In attendance supporting him tonight is his wife, Fedora, his children, Avina and Arian, and of course his grandmother, Janetta Cade, will be doing the honors of pinning him tonight. So with the assistance of Avina, Janetta Cade. All right, thank you.
I'd like to thank everybody in attendance, Chief Tabaranza, Mayor, Council, Town Manager, all town employees, and everyone who's here today. Fairfax has become a special place to me in the 17 years that I've been here. I've come to grow and love this community, and I hope that I can continue to serve in this capacity until I retire. So thank you, Fairfax.
Wait a minute. Are you willing to put that on paper and sign it? That's good. Okay, so thank you all. That's part of our, that was our oath, our badge pinning ceremony. So thank you all. Yeah. So the next part, you're dismissed. The next part is our written commendation. If I could bring the attention to, please step up, to our mayor.
Yes, thank you. First of all, I want to mention the other person that went to the FBI Academy was our Chief Tabaranza. So really, we've got great representation here. We have a great group. So I think we're all in tears up here. I'm going to read this and then I'll come down and hand out the commendations. On Friday morning, February 16th, 2024, Detective Shelby Jones and Officer Malik Carter received a call reporting shots fired near downtown Fairfax. The caller reported seeing an older man wearing camouflage clothing walking towards the Fairfax Library with 2 pit bull dogs. The man appeared to be holding a handgun and had fired at a vehicle, but no bullets were discharged from the gun. Detective Jones and Officer Carter arrived at the location within a few minutes and saw the man with what looked like a handgun in his jacket pocket. The officers observed the butt of the gun sticking out in plain view. When the man noticed the officers, he attempted to flee the scene and released his dogs. As he tried to escape, he took out the handgun from his pocket and threw it in the nearby bushes. Detective Jones and Officer Carter chased him down and brought him into custody, despite the risks involved. During the investigations, officers discovered that the handgun was actually a replica BB gun, not a real firearm. And for any of you that are familiar with these replica guns, they look often like Glocks, so they're not easy to tell. by not using lethal force in a situation where officers may have been justified in doing so, Detective Jones and Officer Carter demonstrated remarkable restraint, excellent judgment, and teamwork. This is a testament to their self-control, de-escalation techniques, ability to communicate and work well together under pressure. Both officers were familiar with the man and knew about his dogs, mental health issues, and access to real firearms. They were able to weigh all the mitigating factors and within seconds made the correct decision despite the risk posed by the surroundings, which included a populated student pedestrian backdrop. This was about the time kids were going to school, near the Fairfax Library and 2 bus stops full of commuters. This written commendation is for the bravery, quick thinking, and restraint by Detective Shelby Jones and Officer Malik Carter. It is awarded on behalf of myself, Town of Fairfax Mayor Barbara Kohler, and Fairfax Chief of Police Rico Tabaranza.
Thank you, Mayor.
Hey. Yeah. Oh, I'm not good with. I just want to say, we have an incredible police department here. Malik and Shelby are just 2 of this incredible police department that really does community service, but really on their everyday actions where these kind of things happen. We think of Fairfax as a sleepy little place. This was a pretty scary event. And with these 2 in seconds making the right decision, other places you might have heard of the person getting shot. They took risks on their own to take him down. And I know Shelby also spent time afterwards trying to document what was going on, which I'm sure Malik did as well, because we know that this man has access to real firearms and can be a threat in our community. So I'm just honored to be able to stand with you 2 and see so many of our police department here, and want to thank you all for all your hard work every day, day after day, 24/7. We are the only police department that's open 24/7. So if you need to go in, they're there. All right. How about
There we go. Thank you. We'll take a picture? Oh, yeah. My bad. For the graph. There you go. I'm going. Yep. That's a proclamation. Yeah. The next part, and this is the last, I promise. This is to adopt our National Public Safety Telecommunicators Week proclamation. And just to give you a couple of facts, Fairfax Emergency Dispatch Center, which used to be a PSP, has been serving and operating in that building that's out there that you know of since the late 1960s or early 70s, according to our historian, former Chief Ken Hughes, who's two chiefs ago before me. In the early 1980s, that dispatch center, the PSAP, became an official 911 dispatch center. Under Chief Morin, Fairfax Emergency 911 Dispatch Center became a joint venture and began serving the Ross Police Department and currently the College of Marin Police Department in both their campuses in Novato and over there in Kentfield, and we're currently doing that today. So, and let's see, what else? Currently, we have 5 full-time dispatchers, and that includes a dispatch supervisor and 4 part-timers and reserves. Interesting fact is that every employee that we currently have is required to learn dispatch because we are, like what the mayor said, only dispatch center or front lobby open 24/7 with a real person, and we don't have an answering service. So when you call, you're going to get a real person. or come to the front, you'll see somebody there that's hopefully awake at 3 in the morning or getting their rake or something like that. But interesting fact is everybody, each employee, our dispatch supervisor is here, by the way. Thank you, Kathleen. But every employee is cross-trained. So from the bottom up, including me, at any time we can take over the front and handle calls, 911 calls, deal with county calls, merge calls, anything you need as part of the training. And we all do that simultaneously. When we're short-staffed, someone like our PST con today actually took a lunch break. And from time to time when they need to use a restroom or something, I'll go up there. So that's our dispatch center. And Mayor again?
Okay, so that concludes this highlight of the evening. And what we're going to do is take a 5 to 10 minute break to give folks time to exit, who might need to exit. And, you know, you all police are welcome to stay for the entire evening, but I have a feeling you have other work to do and some of you need to go home. So we'll reconvene at yes, we can do public comment and let's do 2 minutes, please.
Fair enough. I'll be very brief. On behalf of somebody that's probably called upon the police department, relied on the police department, and listened to their judgment, I really believe we have one of the best police departments around, period. I've interacted, I believe, with every officer, and from the bottom all the way up, not the bottom, but from a smaller rank to a larger rank. And I can tell you, we are privileged. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Why don't let's take the break now. And if you have comments on this item, we will take that after the break. And so we'll reconvene at 5 after 7. And if you have comments on the police item, you can bring that then. Thank you. Okay, we're gonna reconvene, and before we do open time, if there is any, okay, could everyone please stop talking? Please stop talking. If you need to have conversations, please leave the room and go outside. I'd like to know if there's anyone who has comments on the item that we just did, the badging ceremony and the commendations. Is there anyone in the room who would like to speak on that? Wendy, I can't hear you. Okay, well then let's not do that. And is there anyone on Zoom who would like to comment on the police badging ceremony or the commendations? Only.
There is one raised hand.
Okay, we'll see if it's not on the, and we will do 2 minutes. If it's not on the police item, we will cut it off.
No name, just iPhone. So iPhone, you are unmuted.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Charlene Eldon. In terms of the police being badged, I have a broader public comment to make about defunding and abolishing the police for the sake of our safety.
Okay, this is not pertinent to this item. I'm going to give you a warning and I will cut you off.
How is that not pertinent to this
It's
item?
not pertinent to this item. Defunding the police is not related to the badging ceremony or the commendation. So
Not the
if you want to
hiring of
speak
new
about the
police?
badging ceremony or the
I
commendation.
can't believe how rude this
Okay,
city
I'm
council
cutting you
already
off.
is.
Before we start open time, I want to make a couple of comments. And please ask people, I know there's a lot going on, to please keep your comments to yourself or go outside. Before we begin open time tonight, I would just like to say that I would appreciate it if speakers would refrain from using profanity and or disparaging people based on race, religion, orientation, or country of origin. While I'm aware that our ability to silence these type of comments is constrained by the Brown Act and the First Amendment, I'm asking everyone to please be civil and refrain from such disparagement in your comments. What I can do, however, is disconnect anyone whose comments disrupt the orderly conduct of our meeting and/or absent appropriate findings are not under the council's subject matter jurisdiction or are not germane to the topic or matter being discussed. Should I determine an individual's comments are not within the council's subject matter jurisdiction or are disruptive to the orderly conduct of the meeting, I will be disconnecting that individual from making further comments. As well, should we have any disturbances in the room that are disruptive to the orderly conduct of the meeting, I will not hesitate to take a break and clear the room. I will ask everyone in the room and on Zoom to remember what I just said before I take public comments also on agenda items or on the consent calendar. So with that, we give people 2 minutes. And Madam Clerk, will you set the timer? And I also want to mention that normally we take open time for 30 minutes. And if we haven't finished it, we move it to the end of the meeting. Normally we do 15 minutes in the room for folks in the room and 15 minutes for people on Zoom. But because I imagine a lot of folks took their time to come down, I'm going to do 30 minutes in the room. If we go 25 minutes, we will go to Zoom. But I anticipate by looking at the number of people standing in line that we will go the full 30 minutes. And I will cut us off at 30 minutes. And just a reminder, it's 7:11, so we will stop at 7:31 or 7:41. Sorry, I can't add apparently. So with that, yeah, I just said that. Maybe, yes, I said at the end of the meeting, and please do not speak out. Okay. Maybe listening. All right. First speaker, please. And if you feel comfortable doing so, say your name and where you live.
Hi, I'm Wendy, and I used to live in Fairfax. I'm here tonight because, and the timing is perfect with the police badging ceremony. In 2015, I don't know if you all remember that we had a murder in Fairfax on a hiking trail, and Steve Carter was murdered, and their dog Coco was shot and did survive. And his wife, Lokita Carter, was dealing with serious cancer at the time. So yesterday, Lokita Carter just released her brand new book. It's called Reaching for Sunrise, A Widow's Memoir. And I just ordered my copy at the local bookstore, even though I had an advance copy. And I came up here to speak because both Lokita and I had no idea until Facebook reminded me yesterday was also the exact same day that in 2016, I worked really hard right away. I actually I possibly saw the car that was stolen, Steve's car that was stolen, zip by me earlier in the day. And then when I was leaving Spirit Rock that night, saw that something was really off and there was a lot of police activity by the trail, and it seemed really unusual. And I went home and was like, what's going on? And saw that something happened on the trail that was called the Gunshot Fire Road. And before I knew the person that was killed, I right away was like, that trail name needs to be changed. So I took it upon myself and I worked with Marin County Parks, and we successfully changed the name of the trail to the Sunrise Fire Road, which that's the name of Lokita's book that was released yesterday. And it just happened to be that yesterday was the day that the trail name was officially taken down as the Gunshot Fire Road to be
Thank you.
changed. So I
Thank
just
you.
wanted to honor that.
Thank you. That was the first time I was mayor. So that was a really sad event. Thank you for all your work. Next speaker, please. You need to press the button.
Bob Middlestead with eBike Access. I'm here because of 2 facts. One is, as Marin Health has reported, children 10 to 15 years old riding electric devices have 5 to 10 times the accident rate of everybody else. Number 2, the most popular bike of that type or device of that type is a Super 73. I have been on a campaign to get people in the county to do something about this. I'm happy to report that Sports Basement has agreed to stop selling Super 73. MCBC and Safe Routes to School have stopped allowing them at their e-bike safety classes. And Chief Norton of the Central Marin announced on April 16 that, let me just read it real quickly, throttle devices are, quote, being marketed as Class 2 e-bikes, when in fact they are legally not. They are misstickered as Class 2 e-bikes. And he singled out Super 73 because, quote, almost half the bikes we're seeing in school that are e-bikes are this brand. And then he added, it's something we're just going to have to educate the parents on. Their kids are not going to be able to ride them anymore. So we are making great progress. I'm working with the schools, but there's one outlier, and that is the newsletter Fairfax on March 19 that said the difference between e-bikes and e-motorcycles, and it had a picture of a Super 73 as the e-bike. I've been told that will be corrected. I hope it will be. The sooner the better, because when I'm going to schools, just today, a school told me we can't do anything because according to Fairfax, Super 73s are legal e-bikes. I hope you agendize this and we have a chance to discuss it more if you'd like. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to check with the town manager. We can get that corrected online, correct?
Yes, we can.
Okay, and maybe one of the things we can do in our next newsletter is print an apology and have the correct pictures, and so that we can straighten this out. We don't need to agendize it, but thank you, Bob. All right, next speaker, please.
Hi there. I'll kick off and say how refreshing it is to hear these town council conversations and ceremonies like we just saw with the police pinning, and hearing what Police Chief Tabaranza said about let's be humans again. I stand before you strongly opposing agendizing something that's outside of town council purview, or town related, which is the Israel-Hamas conflict. We've all seen what has transpired in other communities in the wake of divisiveness left behind. There is no outcome where our community walks away feeling satisfied. In fact, the fractured web amongst residents will only spread. This further splintering will fuel a greater sense of disconnectedness and disharmony as a community. Sadly, our world is currently one of sound bites versus seeking to understand and actively and empathetically learn from one another. Anti-Semitism has surpassed all-time records. So many are suffering. Everyone wants to feel seen, heard, and valued. I urge the council to focus on building community and making all feel safe, all feel welcomed, and to think radically different on how it can serve as a beacon of light during this dark and challenging time. In closing, please do not agendize any item related to Israel and Hamas.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Rachel Kurtz. You might want to lower that mic a little bit.
Are you saying I'm?
You need to press the button though. Correct, but you need to press that button. Thank you.
All right. I'm Rachel Kurtz, friend, neighbor, and council member from the city of San Rafael. Tonight, though, I speak as a proud Jewish American, and I want to thank you for recognizing Jewish American Heritage Month. That said, I feel fear and sadness for the communities around the world, and especially in Marin County right now. I appreciate your commitment to build community and your steps to encourage listening and learning of how we are all more alike than different. Although many of our communities have particular months for recognition and acknowledgement, we know that our work of building relationships and trust doesn't happen in just a single day or a single event, a single month, but every day, every month of every year. It's a lot of hard work. I thank you and I appreciate all of you for all you do for our communities and the hard work you are taking to keep hard issues from all of us away from the dais and bring more peace and conversation and understanding to our communities. We've just seen so much divisiveness and unrest right now, and we really don't want to have that anymore. We wanted to continue to stay focused on building relationships and strengthening our community. So I thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is Diana. I live in San Anselmo, but I have one of my kids who goes to school at White Hill, nearby here. Thank you for this opportunity. I'm here to share my strong opposition about the Israel-Hamas conflict you are planning to address in the future meeting. With everything that is going on, this would be another step towards more hate and divisiveness. I am a granddaughter of Holocaust survivors. At 7 years old, myself and my family fled Europe because hateful and divisive ideas that spread created an environment for us in which we had to fear for our safety and our life. I come to this most amazing country for my children not to experience this again. If this resolution passes, my Jewish children would feel even less safe than they already do in Marin County. This would impact our community negatively, only breeding more anti-Semitism. Anti-Semitism is on the rise, an increase of 400%. We need to come together as a community. Again, this would divide us more. For the few Jews who are pushing for this, please know that they do not represent the 95% of the Jewish majority. We need to focus on building and uniting. Everyone deserves to feel safe and welcomed in their community. I implore you not to bring the Israel-Hamas conflict into this town council. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, no clapping. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is Scott LaFranchi. I'm a Fairfax resident. Despite our numerous times reaching out to Heather Abrams and the town council, we haven't heard from any town employee or elected official about making our stretch of Bolinas safe for pedestrians since Heather's email on March 28th, more than a month ago. Our beloved Angus was murdered, and I was so close to getting hit by a speeding Jeep on March 14th that the back of my shoe was run over. I don't want it to be my wife or one of our children or our neighbors next time. A flashing speed reminder was put on one side of Bolinas after we spoke at the town council meeting last time. But Bolinas is a two-way street. It needs a flashing speed reminder on both sides of the street so that cars slow down on the other side of the street as well. And nothing has been done by the town to warn drivers that pedestrians cross on the 200 block of Bolinas. The town should immediately put a hazard sign on both sides of Bolinas that alerts drivers that pedestrians cross there. Let me remind you that we have tried many times to get the town to make this stretch of Bolinas safe since we moved there in 2019. How many more lives need to be lost for the town to take care of this situation? How many more town council meetings do we need to speak at in order for the town to make Bolinas safe? How many new town council members need to be elected for my children to be able to cross Bolinas without fear? Not only is the town dragging its feet to fix this situation, but it doesn't even bother to communicate with us after all our family has been through, thanks to the town's incompetence. I think we deserve better.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good. Is the button pushed?
Yes, it is. Thank you.
Good evening, council persons. My name is George Landau. I'm a 52-year resident of Marin County. And I wrote a letter to all you all yesterday, but because I wasn't sure I'd be here, but I like to read it. It's very short and to the point. And it starts out, dear council members, I want to thank you in advance for your consideration to proclaim that May is the Jewish American Heritage Month. That's item 16. With the phenomenal rise of anti-Semitism, this proclamation, if and when you
I'm
pass,
sorry, Mr. Lando, but we have to wait for that item.
okay.
If you're wanting to talk on something.
Yeah. So,
Okay.
So the second paragraph, in the same vein, I urge you to reject and say no to any attempt to put the so-called ceasefire resolution on the agenda. When it has been adopted, it has brought a great deal of conflict, bad will, in some cases vandalism, and has added to the rise of anti-Semitism just at the time when we need to heal the political divide in our country and fend off our enemies from abroad. And I can say that because when I was a kid, I was deported to Siberia, so I know what that system is like. And therefore, I'm very adamant about doing anything possible not to erode our system of government, our system of democracy in any way, shape, or form. And these resolutions just make our enemies happy. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. You need to press, okay, got it. Thank you. Press the button once and turn it red, press it. Okay, now get
Sorry.
started.
Thank you. I've been a Marin County resident for 45 years. I ask that you not bring a ceasefire proclamation to a future agenda, as it will likely incite more violence and divisiveness in our county, as it did in San Francisco, Oakland, Richmond, etc. Please focus on building cohesiveness by dealing with needed local matters. There is no apartheid in Israel. Arabs are citizens, vote, and sit in government. There is no genocide. Hamas and general Palestinians have been proclaiming to eradicate Israel and the Jews since Israel became a state 75 years ago. They were offered a state solution 5 times and turned it down, stating they wanted the whole thing. They want to incite genocide and can't. Israel could and doesn't. Thousands of rockets, stabbings, suicide bombers, etc. have infiltrated Israel in the past 75 years, in addition to the wars of 67, 73, etc. Also, during the ceasefire a few months ago, terrorists still infiltrated and killed dozens of innocent Israeli civilians. The IDF, Israeli Defense Force, has taken more care for civilians than any army in the world, validated by American, British, and French generals, and the collateral damage to civilians is the lowest percentage of any war ever. This has been well documented by the West. I would ask that you not get seduced by inflated numbers put out by terrorists. All war and deaths are tragic, though Hamas has stated this war had started on Israeli innocents, brutally murdering whole families, including babies, raping women to death, and stealing 240 people, continuing to torture them. If Hamas surrendered and returned the hostages, the war would end. I'm a psychologist and am personally aware of the pain and fear this anti-Semitism is causing. Never thought I'd see this in America. I personally have nightmares and feel a constant punch in my stomach. I've dedicated my life to helping others, never knew I'd have to speak up against hatred and calls to kill Jews here. My grandparents fled the brutal pogroms in what was Russia. Much of my family was killed. I had always felt safe here until now. Please keep this proposal off the table. Thank you.
Next speaker, please. You got it.
Okay, thanks. Okay, my name is Stephanie. I moved to San Rafael a year ago, and I love this community, and I am very worried that if this ceasefire resolution comes to Fairfax and other city councils here, the same thing will happen that happened in Oakland and Richmond and San Francisco, which is that this divisive issue has stirred up a lot of anti-Semitism. And I'm a psychologist, and my Jewish clients are really suffering right now. They're scared about they feel like they're being targeted, and often they are, especially the college students I work with in California. And I'm just imploring you to not hear this resolution. I feel like it has nothing to do with local politics, and it's divisive, and this community will thrive when there are issues that bring people together that are being addressed and not the others. I'm also very upset about suffering on both sides of the conflict, and I feel heartbroken for the loss of life. But I don't think it's a matter that this council needs to address at all. And I really am hoping and praying for peace.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, council. My name is Brian. I've resided here in town since 2016. Recently, I've noticed a change in the overall attitude and the way in both the town and the community have treated each other. As a solutions-oriented person, I ask, what is it? And can I offer any solutions? Like a bolt of lightning, there it is, like that bolt of lightning, While listening to Rick Rubin's A Creative Act in the Garden, it hit me. We are doing what we are being asked to do, fight. The audio signal that the town unknowingly chosen to tell the speaker your time is up is signaling fight. Ding, ding, ding. That's the bell that starts every fight I can think of. I offer a solution. I was telling this story to a local business person who stopped me mid-story with the most harmonious, powerful sound, similar to a gong, but made out of found scrap metal. The sound effect I present to you was the result of community action in the name of harmony. Hopefully, you can find a way, or we can find a way, to make the Fairfax Harmony Hush Bell a reality. It's not, that bell's not going to go off. So, thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My name is Mara Menachem. I've lived here for 10 years and grew up in an immigrant community in Miami. I'm a proud Middle Eastern Jew because all Jews are indigenous to Israel. My family fled Spain, Russia, Greece, and had to leave because of actual ethnic cleansing, oppression, and discrimination. Some came to America, some fleeing Russia went to Cuba. My grandfather came over from Greece. He spoke Ladino, which is a mixture of Spanish and Hebrew left over from the time when Jews were allowed to live in Spain. The discrimination he received in America was blatant, but he appreciated this country for the freedom it offered him and was a success because of the support of his fellow Jews. You see, we're a tribe. This story is one in a million. What it tells you is that Jews have learned that the only people we can depend on are our own people. How sad is that? The leaders of Fairfax are reminding us when hate crimes against Jews are up by 400% that we cannot count on you to stand against anti-Semitism. I oppose the Hamas-Israel war being addressed by the town of Fairfax. If you are trying to prove so much that Fairfax is the epitome of progressiveness, then why don't you work on current issues happening in Fairfax, such as bringing businesses here so people can survive? A town filled with empty stores is depressing and unappealing. Using your time to worry about the Middle East is unacceptable while ignoring your local issues. Don't alienate and divide a community with amendments that are meaningless. This liberal enclave has somehow alienated most of what constitutes America. Fairfax commissioners, instead of focusing on being obsessed with standing on whatever side of history that you think means you're not racist, why don't you focus on bringing people to this town to make it more interesting, to make it more diverse in terms of culture, political affiliation, religious affiliation, ethnicity? And why don't you try to make it so inclusive that people from various backgrounds actually feel comfortable making Fairfax their home?
Thank you. Next speaker, please. You got it.
Okay.
Don't touch it again.
Okay, sorry. Hi, I'm a Jewish mother. I've raised and lived in San Anselmo, Marin County for the last 10 years. I'm a product of a father who is part Jewish, and his family were chased out by the pogroms in Russia and fled to the United States. My husband's family, he's the grandson of Holocaust survivors. They survived brutal time in Auschwitz. I strongly oppose to adding the Hamas-Israel conflict to this future agenda. There's no reason for this to be in Fairfax and for Fairfax to make a judgment on what's going on in Israel. This is the real truth about this divisive resolution. 90% of Jews are Zionists and believe in the right of Israel to exist and defend herself. If Israel lays down their arms and retreats from protecting the people of Israel, there will be no Israel. Inviting this resolution to Fairfax will bring divisiveness. There are so many other issues going on in this local community, as evidenced tonight, that I'd really feel that the town council should spend time on these issues as opposed to the Israel-Gaza conflict. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, everybody. Thank you very much for having all of us. My name is Lalib Hadar. I'm a longtime Marin resident. I was born originally in Israel and moved here in my childhood. My grandparents are Holocaust survivors, and my husband is Israeli and came here when he was in college. Our kids have grown up here in Marin County. I have a son in college who is now facing a lot of the anti-Semitism on campus. And I strongly oppose bringing this type of resolution to the council on the Israel-Hamas war. It's a conflict going on in a very different part of the world. It has crazy complexities that are very difficult to understand and nuanced. And I don't recommend taking it on. It's created a lot of divisiveness and conflict within communities as these resolutions have been brought forth. I urge you to take a look at the videos of Richmond, of Oakland, of the South Bay, of San Francisco, where these resolutions have come to bear. They're not creating unification. They're not helping these communities heal. As a Jewish resident in Marin County, I feel anxiety, stress, sadness, and a sense of danger since October 7th. Yes, in Marin County. Yes, a place like this, which feels very peaceful, but underneath it, there are undercurrents of hate. And we know this. And other groups have voiced those things. And now you're hearing more and more from the Jewish community because we feel it. So I really urge you as a member of this community not to bring this forth. I have a child at Archie Williams. Things have been going well, but I worry daily about the content that they're exposed to, about what their friends will say, about their posts on social media. It's a very hard time for Jews right now all over the US and even in Marin County. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, I'm Cindy Ross. I've been in Fairfax. I've been a Fairfax resident for over 35 years. This is my first meeting in a really long time for a number of reasons. And I have to admit that I'm feeling a little bit of fear this evening. I'm really proud that the town will be talking later about a resolution about Jewish American heritage. But as a person who is a proud Jewish American, I'm the daughter and granddaughter of Holocaust survivors. I feel like I shouldn't have to live in fear in the town of Fairfax, and I do. And I want to ask you to absolutely not consider making your business discussing the Israel-Hamas situation, in a way that is really divisive, that stirs up anti-Semitism. And, I'm hesitant about even bringing this up, but in past meetings, a long time ago, I've been called a Zionist pig in these rooms. And I don't want to ever have to deal with that again in the town of Fairfax. Nobody wants war. Hopefully this situation will resolve, but it's not the business of the town council to bow to pressure that is ultimately anti-Semitic and divisive. So I urge you not to get involved with that and to stick to town matters. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. And we only have actually time for one more speaker. So we will take, just before you speak, we will take open time at the end of the agenda. And so last speaker, please.
It's already on, right? Yeah.
Yeah, you're on. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening. I'd like to thank you for everything that you do for the community and for not putting any resolution regarding the war with Hamas on the agenda tonight. I also strongly oppose any resolution taken up in the future by the Fairfax Town Council. Let us not forget that there are still 133 hostages in Gaza from 25 different nations, 5 of whom are American. Let's not pretend that a resolution will bring any peace when the real peace activists, the ones who lived on the border with Gaza, the people who were at a music festival for peace, were brutalized, burned, raped, beheaded, and taken hostage. The only thing a resolution would bring is division to this community. Thank you.
Thank you. So that's the end of open time. Could somebody turn off the mic, please?
So you're not going to add the time that you spoke during the 30 minutes of open time?
No, you can speak at the end of the meeting on open time if you
I
care
hear
to.
you.
Thank you for turning the mic off. So now we're moving on to the regular agenda, and I believe, okay, for folks in the room, I realize there's a lot of interest. Would you please speak outside? Please speak outside. We need to move on to the regular agenda. So I know there's, folks want to get together. Please go outside to do so. So our first item is receive update on the housing element program implementation. And this will be presented by Housing Specialist Associate Planner Bryn McKillop with, I believe, help from our Director, Jeff Beiswinger of Planning. And just want to mention that there is a supplement to this item which made some corrections and it should be on the safe. So with that, let's kick it off. I don't know who's first. And welcome, Bryn. This is your first meeting with us.
Yeah, hi everyone. My name's Bryn. Said someone else needs to.
Okay, and you have to speak right into the mic. This is not going to work. You have to kind of bite the mic.
Hi everyone. My name's Bryn. I'm just getting the screen set up. Have a PowerPoint. Someone else needs to share the screen. Christine, could you unshare so I can share? Oh, okay. All right, so today I'm going to be talking about the Housing Element Implementation Progress Report. So the action plan, a part of the Housing Element, is Chapter 4, and it outlines 5 goals, each with their own set of policies and programs the town will pursue to increase housing opportunities over the next 8 years. The next few slides will show which programs have been completed, which we are working towards completing at the moment, and others we will turn to in 2024. So Goal 1 programs focus on increasing the range of housing options in Fairfax. We have been updating the town website to increase access to ADU resources. There's a new landing page dedicated to ADUs, including a table of the basic requirements.
Bryn, sorry to interrupt you, but we don't use acronyms.
Oh,
Not
yeah.
everybody's familiar with them. So if you don't mind, and I apologize for interrupting.
Oh, no, it's fine. ADU stands for accessory dwelling unit. We have participated in an accessory dwelling unit center online workshop and promoted the ADU center to the community as a resource. The town will be working on developing a pre-approved ADU and junior accessory dwelling unit set of plans by the end of the year. We're also working to better promote services such as Home Match Marin, which is a service that offers tenant matching for Fairfax residents with extra space in their homes. We are currently creating a developer outreach strategy for the town sites on Forest Avenue that both identifies interested affordable housing developers and assesses the feasibility of the sites. So Goal 2, programs focus on addressing housing affordability. Many of the Goal 2 programs were completed as a part of the November 2023 adoption of the zoning ordinance amendment. These programs work to reduce regulatory barriers to housing development in Fairfax and comply with state law. Some examples of these amendments are the workforce housing overlay, objective design standards, and the revision of the definition of family. Going forward, the town will review and revise its subdivision regulations and undertake a focused geologic study in the town center area to reduce project costs where future workforce housing is envisioned. Goal 3 programs promote suitable and affordable housing for special needs populations in Fairfax. Several of the programs have been completed to comply with the state law, such as adding development standards related to residential care facilities and allowing by right approval, development standards related to transitional and supportive housing, low barrier navigation centers, and accommodating disabilities. Another program completed during the November 2023 zoning amendment adoption process, was Program 3E, the Inclusionary Housing and Commercial Linkage Fee Program, which requires that a percentage of the total housing units in a proposed project be made available to moderate and or lower income households through a long-term affordability agreement or a payment fee in lieu of their construction. And to implement the enacted tenant protection ordinances adopted in November 2022, the town has posted information on legal rights and duties to the town website, in addition to other resources for tenants to access as advised to do by Program 3F. The town has recently established a procedure for individual rent adjustments through petition process in order to provide both tenants and landlords an avenue for dispute resolutions. The town will continue to make progress in 2024 on this program by preparing and distributing brochures and creating a report on rental housing in Fairfax. The town has started contacting affordable housing developers and will continue throughout the year to identify opportunities and connect them with available assistance programs in order to provide housing for special needs populations and extremely low income households in Fairfax. Goal 4 programs focus on fostering equal housing opportunity. The town has been updating its website to better provide information on fair housing practices and resources. And going forward, we'll work with fair housing advocates of Northern California, Fancy, and the county to conduct workshops. Additionally, we'll be sharing information in our newsletter, such as how to submit a racially restricted covenant modification form to the Marin County assessor. And Goal 5 programs support monitoring the effectiveness of Fairfax housing programs. And so far, the town has hired an associate planner, me, as directed by Program 5D to help meet this goal. And thank you.
Okay, so thank you very much, Bryn. Good job. Questions of Bryn or Jeff? I see a finger coming out. Councilmember Cutrano.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Bryn, Jeff, thank you both so much for the work you've done thus far. I was really excited to see so many green dots on these slides of all the different things that have already been done. So is it true to say that we really only have like less than a dozen things that we still have in the pipeline to complete our duties for the housing?
Yeah, and this presentation was restricted to 2024. So there will be other programs going forward, but yeah, we're on track.
So that's good for the public to know too. So there are, the 6th cycle of the housing element is, 8 years, 8 to 10 years or something like. So in the next couple of years, we'll actually be receiving new things that we will need to act on per the housing element programs. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, within the housing action plan for each program, there's a time frame. And it has in our housing action plan, there's several 2024 items, but then there's also 2025 items and 2026 items and so on. So I don't think there's certain timeframes projected beyond 2026, 27, but so past those years, yes, I'm sure we'll have new things to act on. But like I said, this presentation focused just on 2024.
Perfect. Thank you.
I believe Vice Mayor Blash had her finger on the button and you're next. Okay, well, we don't have to fight over this. I want to, but Councilmember Hellman.
Hi there. Thank you. The ADU Center, what is that? Could you share just what that is for me and the public?
Sure. The ADU Center. This is, it was the Sonoma Napa ADU Center.
Okay.
And then we've been added as Marin and Solano. So now it's a 4-county ADU center. And so it's kind of a combination of all of the resources so that we can have kind of a more robust service. And the Marin County is funding it for the first 3 years. So it's actually free to Fairfax for the first year. Then it's at a very low cost for year 2 and year 3. And then after that, we can decide if we want to continue with them or not. But they're a resource which can interact directly with homeowners. So if a homeowner is interested in doing an ADU on their property, they can contact them directly and they can get basically free consultation They can look at their site and see, how they could incorporate an ADU into their property. There's sample floor plans that they could look at. There's, emotional and support, I suppose, just kind of they do try to encourage people to do ADUs and to help them see that it is actually possible. So it's kind of a really great resource, and it's already been tested in both Sonoma and Napa County, and it's been successful up there in expanding ADUs.
Thank you. I have another question.
Okay.
Did you want to piggyback on?
I just want to add one thing. One of the things I think we should do before we post this is let's do links. We didn't do links in the staff report, and where there are items that, why not? Let's keep it easy for people. They shouldn't have to hunt around for things. Same thing with home match. I know we're trying to enter into something with home match, but anywhere where there's resources out there where people can access those directly rather than necessarily going through us first. And I just want to add that, the ADU Center has really brought a lot. There were a lot of things that we had thought we might have to do, but a lot of this is off our plate now because it will be handled there. So thank you for allowing me to piggyback.
My next question is related to 3F tenant protections. And I saw that you had something in the next step section, create I think it was a brochure. But I was curious, do we have a petition form right now? Should a landlord want to raise the rent above the cap? Is there a mechanism now in place?
Yeah, we added a page on the website that goes over the rental dispute resolutions. And we have my email listed at this moment to contact me about setting that up. So no, there's not a form. There's just my email, thehousing@Fairfax.
Is there a vision to have a form, or is it just so if I'm a landlord and I want to provide, evidence or, my receipts for why all my capital expenses, substantiate an increase above the cap? I'm sorry, I don't want to put you on the spot, but that was what I thought we were proceeding with. So if it's different, I think the public needs to know.
Yeah, I think we're going to continue to develop application materials. We just haven't done that yet.
Okay. So can we add that to the next steps then? Thank you.
I think Vice Mayor Blash would like to speak.
Yeah, I just was wondering if you could clarify a little bit. I mean, I've had a lot of questions about like, what does the housing specialist do? What is the role of the housing specialist? Why do we need a housing specialist now that the development of the housing element is over? So I was wondering if one of you could just address like what the role of the housing specialist is, just so the public understands, because I'm very happy to welcome you here.
Yeah, I think the primary aim of having a housing specialist is basically to implement all the programs in the housing element, just in its simplest form. So there's a number of different things that we need to do each year, and so that's going to be the focus. And then it's also there's some overlap with kind of ongoing development permits too. If there's overflow with like ADU processing or processing of residential permits, then that would also fall under the housing specialist purview as kind of the planning function.
Great.
Well, I have just a couple more comments and appreciate the supplement. For example, we talk about 4G, the disadvantage, the disavowal of racially restricted covenants. There's I appreciate the change, but why not have a link again? I think, one of the things having you, Bryn, here is really going to ameliorate a lot of things, but let's make it so if somebody doesn't need to call you, let's get as much out there as to how somebody can find out about that. I mean, the good news is the state law really puts a lot of this on the county assessor to check those covenants. It's going to take years, but having that link there may mean that there's 10 less calls that come in. And so I think we need to beef this up a little bit. And I think that would be helpful, but sure appreciate that we're making good progress. Thank you.
Yeah, definitely will include links in the future.
Can I ask, so our process tonight, because it's a presentation, are we going to take public comment and then talk, or should we just make comments now?
No, we're gonna do our normal, which I was making comments, sorry. Okay, so any more questions of staff?
Just one
Okay.
more, since the ADU center stuff came up. I was lucky enough to see you all at the recent workshop that you held in partnership with some of the other staff around the county. And I'm curious, have we put that workshop video on our website, or are we going to have those sorts of things on our website to just capture the great presentations that y'all have been doing already to, share pertinent information about development of ADUs with the community?
We do not have that on the website right now, but that's a good idea and we'll add it.
Cool. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. With that, I'll open this up to public comment. I want to remind folks that you get 2 minutes, and it looks like Mr. Hamer is ready to speak.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Welcome to Fairfax, Bryn. My comment has to do with 3F. It has come to my attention that the ordinance, as it was signed into law, requires the $1,000 to be paid by the landlord. However, the original draft, which was presented to the council, did not specify who would pay the $1,000. It was simply a $1,000 fee would exist. And at the time that Councilmember Hellman made the motion, she did not change that language to landlord. So I would respectfully request that our staff review whether or not the ordinance was signed and voted in properly, because this has created quite a stir. Thank you.
Okay, I specifically remember adding that language in the draft, but we'll check it. So next speaker, please. Could you reset the clock, please, Madam Clerk? Thank you.
Thank you. Frank Ager here, Meadoway. Prior to the town council's approval of your updated housing element and certification of the programmatic environmental impact report prepared by your consultant, Diet and Basha, I had advised you of the blatant conflict of interest by having your consultant prepare their own EIR. I also warned you of the pending lawsuit in Sonoma County over Diet and Basha's redevelopment plan for the Sonoma Developmental Center and the PEIR that they prepared for it. It was approved by the Sonoma County Board of Supervisors. Last week, the plaintiffs in Sonoma County, local environmental groups, prevailed in Sonoma County Superior Court, and the judge threw out Diet and Basha's redevelopment plan and the programmatic EIR for the Sonoma Developmental Center. Folks in town are really concerned that your continued support of Diet and Basha's plans and EIR with their conflict of interest borders on a RICO Act violation, and there may be an investigation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, Todd Greenberg, downtown Fairfax. Welcome.
Wait a minute. Can you reset the clock, please, Madam Clerk? I'm sorry, Todd. Just a second. Not happening? Oh, okay. Could you please be quiet? Okay. Well, let's. Okay. I'll run it on my phone, but let's see if we can get that fixed. Okay. Todd, go ahead, please.
Good evening. Welcome, Bryn. I hope you have an easier time with this than the rest of us do here in Fairfax. Please pay attention, though. ADU production in Fairfax is down 55% from 2022, approximately, when Fairfax decided to enact strictest in California rent control laws. Your assumptions, I don't know if they're yours or Diet and Basha's or whose assumptions these are in the written report here, but are seemingly deeply flawed. People are canceling ADUs. Augie Venezia told me that 2 contractors came in a week and a half ago and told him that they have canceled their ADUs. There were 9 in 2022. There were 4 in 2023. There were going to be 6 in 2024, but now there's 4 and maybe fewer. Unless you solve these egregious rent controls, you are not going to be able to achieve any of this, and it's false advertising. You're misleading the public. You are not going to have seniors utilizing what would be a great program, because seniors like Rose Tabor can't afford the risk of these crazy rent controls. She spent the last year of her life moving at 91 years old because she can't take the risk of having a live-in caregiver anymore under these crazy rent controls.
Okay, that's not on this subject, so please stay within the housing element.
I was
update.
talking about seniors, so it is on the subject.
Yeah, it's not. Okay, go ahead. We're not, okay, Todd, your 2 minutes are up, or more than 2 minutes. Let's take a quick break and see if we can fix this.
Thank you.
Your mic's off. Sorry.
Oh, taking a quick break, and hopefully we can fix this. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to allow Todd to repeat his comment. He was before. I know Frank was, but Todd was first, I believe.
I think Frank was first. Sorry.
Okay, well, I'm losing all contact with reality, so we will do that. But I just want to mention that if the internet goes down again, the hybrid option is offered as a courtesy, and the TV option is offered as a courtesy. And if for some reason it goes down again, Christine will post something from her phone online saying if people want to participate, they have to come down. So with that, Frank, would you mind doing your comment over? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I guess, do you have a kill switch up there? Is that what shut me off?
No, Marin IT, well, I do, but I didn't do that. Marin IT, the whole internet went down. So it's nothing to do with any of us in particular. Go ahead.
Okay. Frank Ager, Medaway. Prior to the town council's approval of your updated housing element and certification of the programmatic environmental impact report prepared by your consultant, Diet and Basha, I had advised you of the blatant conflict of interest by having your consultant prepare their own EIR. I also warned you of the pending lawsuit in Sonoma County over Diet and Basha's redevelopment plan for the Sonoma Developmental Center and the programmatic EIR they prepared and was approved by the Sonoma County Board of Supervisors. Last week, the plaintiffs in Sonoma County, local environmental groups up there, prevailed in Sonoma County Superior Court. The judge threw out Diet and Basha's redevelopment plan and their programmatic EIR. Your continued support of Diet and Basha's plans and EIR and furthering them in spite of the conflict of interest they have here in Fairfax is creating a problem. Folks in town are concerned that this borders on a RICO Act violation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please, Todd. Apologize that people have to repeat themselves, but better than nothing.
Good evening, Council. Good evening, Bryn. Welcome. I wish you luck here. You've stepped into a tough position given the crazy policies of this council that the HCD is quite concerned about related to the rent controls.
So this is disrespecting the council, and let's just get to the comment, please.
Okay. So, Bryn, this report,
You're addressing the council. You're
Okay,
not addressing
sure.
an individual staff member. Thank you.
sure. This report is inaccurate. You are not doing anything to increase ADU production. You're actually doing things to thwart ADU production and thwart affordability in Fairfax. Myriad things. This is a false presentation to the public. This is using public monies to increase the costs of rent and decrease the availability of housing in Fairfax. The HCD is going to be very interested in this. Did we just start now? Do I need to start again?
Please, Todd.
Okay. So, look, 1F, seniors don't want to rent under these crazy, strictest in California rent ordinances. Other people don't.
Recording in progress.
Other people don't. ADU production is down 55% since 2022, from 9 to 4 in 2023, and it was going to be 6, and 2 got canceled. Augie Venezia, who runs Fairfax Lumber, just told me contractors came in and they canceled 2 of them because it doesn't make sense to do. Their clients don't want to do it in Fairfax. Brokers are advising their clients not to do ADUs in Fairfax. People are not moving to Fairfax. People are not building housing in Fairfax. Your fee revenue is going to go down. You are thwarting housing production in Fairfax while spending money to supposedly support it. You need to re-examine what your policies are.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Thank you, Council. First thing I'd like to bring to your attention with your continuation of keeping Forest Avenue on the opportunity site. If you think about this small or the constricted area of Forest Avenue that you're bringing in 10 units to a piece of property that was specifically bought for open space and access to the Marin Town and Country Club, which you excluded, at 10 units of workforce housing, which is defined with at least 2 bedrooms, 1 person per bedroom, 1 car, that's still an additional 20 cars. So ask yourself, who's going to pay for the road impact fees? Who's going to repair the road? Who's going to increase the capacity of the road? And while this is happening, you're telling people that if there's a fire, they can't escape. If they need an ambulance, they can't get that access. I also want to really kind of piggyback what Todd said. By placing seniors at risk who are most vulnerable to being convinced that, oh, be a good person and help, and put somebody in their house with your just cause laws, you're really putting those people at tremendous risk that they can lose their home. And I just really think that is elder abuse and unfair. And last but not least, I hope council, which I'm sure she has reviewed Sheets versus El Dorado County that was adjudicated on the 12th of April. That's very clear that any and all these fees, and I believe there will be also a challenge for even requiring through an exaction of affordable housing units, but without a pre-existing nexus showing the proportionality with a test against the Dolan and Nolan lawsuits, you cannot put these in place. Those fees and these requirements, which are exactions, must be broken down and proportionally shown how they make that much of an impact before you can charge for them. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Next speaker, please.
Emoji Salem, Fairfax. I pretty much agree with Michael and Frank and Todd. And I've said it before, it's like I think this whole thing is kind of half-baked and it's having a lot of unintended consequences. I mean, how do we actually get affordable housing that's affordable, and how do we take care of our community? This isn't it. What I see is prices in houses are still going up. They're still getting painted white on the inside, which is, thank you for that. It's a bubble. And as we're limiting, look at the cost of housing and the cost of everything since COVID. You tell me what has gone up by 3% or even 5%. And you're asking seniors and other people who have played by a certain set of rules for most of their lives. And all of a sudden, the rent control, which is the strictest in California, it's making some changes without a whole lot of notice, and it's changing it for a lot of people that have played by a different set of rules, and it's pulling out a rug, and it's just not fair. And I'm not saying that we don't need to do something for affordable housing, because we do, but we've also got to look at our planet. The environments are tanking. You can say that I'm off topic all you like, Barbara, but I'm just speaking about a different topic, which is the whole damn thing, excuse my language. And if we don't address it, basic education and community, where are we building that? You know? And yes, this housing thing, it's kind of a mess. Our whole world's a mess. And underneath it all, are we just going to buy new Teslas and buy a new battery pack and buy a new battery wall and buy new this and buy new that? We can't consume our way into a healthy future. Just like we can't build in fire zones and lack of water zones and cram a bunch of stuff in places without having the infrastructure, the roadways, the public transportation, and all that to go with it. Enough is enough.
Thank you. Are there any more speakers in the room? Seeing none, would somebody mind turning off the mic? Christine, maybe could you, oh, Michael, oh, thank you very much. Are there speakers on Zoom?
There are 2 speakers on Zoom.
Okay, let's get started.
The first speaker is PJ Pfeffer, followed by Kay. PJ, you are unmuted.
Hi, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, let's get that timer going.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you,
Thanks. Sorry,
PJ.
I'm just on my way back home. Thank you for the presentation. Just want to be clear, my comments are made in my personal capacity as an individual resident of Fairfax and homeowner. Unfortunately, the Zoom cut out during some of the comments, but I can guess from what I've heard is we've heard a lot of complaints about specifically the tenant protections on the effect of housing in our housing numbers. And despite the fact that it's all spurious and not backed up by factual information that we've seen and has been studied, it still remains that affirmatively furthering fair housing is a requirement in the housing elements process and on an ongoing basis. And have we started to do any research into potential consequences from the state to the extent that, because our tenant protections are one of the programs in our approved housing element, that those tenant protections get walked back? You know, they were walked back a little bit during the housing element process during the time period for HCD's review. But now that HCD has accepted our housing element with our tenant protections as they are and described in that housing element, just want to see if you and if the town is doing anything to investigate what the consequences are. I know housing element law provides that towns can't do anything to materially reduce affirmatively furthering fair housing policies. So I just want to make sure that we're aware of all of the consequences that could happen by walking those back. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Kay, followed by Michael. Kay, you are unmuted.
Hi, everyone. So I have 4 quick things I want to, I'm trying to do. So about your report, the disavow of racially restrictive covenants, is that about my deed says old language where a Black person can't buy this house? I would love to answer on that. I'd love to get that out. If that's it, please make it easy for me to do it. I also want to know when the 75% ADU reduction fee is going to take place. And as PJ was talking about, I would love to hear about our ADU production. I think it's important because so much of our housing, affordable housing, all relies on it. I'd like that to be really easy gauge. And Liesl and Bryn and Barbara, you were CC'd. Can you please address the discrepancy of tenant, short-term tenant relocation fees being per tenant instead of family. It's very clearly written incorrectly. Thank you. Oh, Bryn, welcome.
Thank you, Kay. We'll try to answer a couple of your questions after. And next speaker, please, online.
The next speaker is Michael. Michael, you are unmuted.
Great. Thank you very much. It was unfortunate that you guys cut out on Zoom for like 10 minutes there, directly in the middle of Frank Egger's speech. But first, I want to congratulate Bryn on achieving the housing specialist position. But I do have a couple questions, and it actually goes along with PJ Pfeffer. I wonder how the defeat of extra rent control policies in this coming up November may affect the cost of initial rentals, and what effect will this defeat have on the housing element, if any? I know it could skew the numbers tremendously. Even though ADUs are being encouraged by all this, the residents are starting to understand that with the just cause part of extra rent control, it exposes the owner to tremendous liability. Can you explain how these regulations may disincentivize the actual building of ADUs and hurt the goals of the housing element? Those are just a couple of questions along with backing up PJ Pfeffer that, it'd be great to know the answers to. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Frank, I think we heard you. Did you have?
Mayor, I just spoke with the person who watched it and they blanked me out when I repeated my comments.
Okay,
So
well,
my comments never showed up.
well, let's do it again. Okay, and no clapping, please, Sierra. All right, Frank, third time's the charm, apparently.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Frank Yeager. In a way, prior to the town council's approval of your updated housing element and certification of the programmatic environmental impact report prepared by your consultant, Diet Basha, I'd advise you of the blatant conflict of interest by having your consultant prepare their own EIR. I also warned you of the pending lawsuit in Sonoma County, where Diet and Basha's redevelopment plan for the Sonoma Developmental Center and the programmatic EIR they prepared and was approved by the Sonoma County Board of Supervisors. Last week, the plaintiffs in Sonoma County, local environmental groups, prevailed in Sonoma County Superior Court. The judge threw out Diet and Basha's redevelopment plan and the programmatic EIR. Your continued support of Diet and Basha's plans and EIR for Fairfax is creating problems for you. There are folks in town who believe that it borders on a RICO Act violation. That continued support. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Frank. I guess Todd's going to go for the third time. Third time's the charm. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody out there in television land who is suffering through this meeting. Hello, Rob Bonta. In Fairfax, we get censored. In Fairfax, clapping is banned except for when the
Okay,
council.
Todd, would you stay on point, or you are not doing the third comment? Go ahead and stay on point with the housing element update.
So I've been cut off 2 times already.
All right, just go ahead.
Just so the audience knows. The housing element report here by our new housing specialist at a cost of $209,000 a year in the budget has some deep flaws in it. It talks about encouraging ADU production and somehow meeting our housing element goals in that manner. But ADU production is dramatically cut down because of the housing rental policies that are strictest in California that this town council adopted over citizen protest that will be voted on in November. In the meantime, ADU production since these rental ordinances were enacted is down 55%. 55% from 9 in 2022 to 4 in 2023. And it was going to be 6 this year, but it's just been cut. Augie Venezia, who runs Fairfax Lumber, tells me that 2 ADUs have been canceled because of the risk and the costs that this town council has imposed on ADU production and building and operating. Seniors here in 1F, seniors won't want to rent under these terms. They can't risk it. They're on limited income. They had a plan for their life. You've yanked the rug out from under them.
Thank you, Todd. There's no more commenters. I just want to, there was a couple of questions that I think we can deal with. One is, Mr. Hamer talked about the ordinance, which talked about the petition process. And I specifically worked on making sure it said the landlord would pay the deposit, and we checked that online when internet came up. It's clear it's in there. For Kay asked a question about the racially restrictive covenants. So this is a program that was started several years ago in the county, and there is what's called illegal covenants in a number of people's deeds, which say no Black people, that's probably not the term that's used, no Asians. And so these are all illegal. There is other language that red lines against folks. And this program started several years in the county. And basically the idea is you can go in and you can redact that from your deed. But the good news is there was a state law that actually codified this and put the requirement on the county assessors to actually go through all those deeds. Now, they don't have to get them done in a day or a year. They have time. But I would encourage anyone who has such language in their deed to go to the county, and you can get that redacted from your deed. There were questions or statements about ADU production being down due to ordinance that were passed by majority of this council. And I'm a scientist. We don't know that that is specific. We also know that, and I also saw an update on our ADU production, and some of it went down, some of it seems to be fairly stable, but we also know that interest rates are very high. Construction costs are very high. I have a friend who built an ADU in Petaluma. Costs $250,000 for 600 square feet. They're expensive. So there is no scientific data that would say it's because of those ordinances. And so we're not going to be investigating anything along those lines, but I'm sure people will continue to remind us. I did not see anything else that we had specific questions on, but I want to ask the council any more comments, because I think we need to move on. Vice Mayor Blash?
Yes, I'm just going to say quickly that I also want to acknowledge that Kay had another question about the wording in the Just Cause ordinance about relocation fees. And I've just told her that I'll follow up, but I think there's not been a lot of time because everybody's been preparing for this meeting. So she did have a question that she'd like to have clarified about exactly who qualifies for relocation fees. So I will continue to follow up on that one.
But I also think, just to interrupt, that she mentioned that she also sent it to Bryn.
Right.
So you can certainly follow up with Bryn, but thank you for following up. And
that was the follow-up
apologize
I was
for
going to
missing
do.
it.
Okay, good. Thank you. And I just wanted to quickly say the home sharing and tenant matching, we have exempted rooms in a landlord's home from the Just Cause, JADUs, and some forms of attached ADUs. Let's see, looking at 1H, ADU and JADU awareness, I just wanted to acknowledge that I had kind of an interest in doing something that someone then wrote a letter about today that was exactly the same thing that I was wondering about, which is, I'd love to see there also be technical assistance for people who are becoming landlords in terms of beyond just building the ADU itself, but having some assistance in figuring out how to, write a lease or screen tenants or get along with tenants. That, and possibly for tenants as well, that might be something to consider in the future. And that it seems like there's some interest amongst our constituents for that as well. Okay. I'm just going to check one more thing. So I just want to say also that I'm very happy to see that in terms of 3H, when we're looking at, and 4A, that we are actually proactively reaching out to developers, affordable housing developers. I think that's something that I haven't seen in the past that shows that we're serious about making sure that real affordable housing happens. And I also just wanted to keep at back of mind that 3F tenant protections, that we should continue to look at ways to facilitate a just housing market, whether or not the rent stabilization and just cause ordinances stay in place or not. And that there are other things that we have looked at that might benefit both tenants and landlords, including shallow rent subsidies and other programs that would assist in creating some facility to rent units happily and effectively. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Anybody? Oh,
Just have a
Councilmember
question.
Quintana.
You heard a lot about ADUs, accessory dwelling units. Sorry for the acronym. But I was just wondering, Jeff, if you'd be able to share, based on, permits pulled for ADUs in Fairfax in the last fiscal year, like what is that number? Because we're hearing, a bunch of different numbers from the public. I've seen numbers in the press. So I was just wondering if you have any numbers that you can share from your office since you're kind of overseeing these projects.
I think the numbers that were in the planning report were accurate. We have basically they did change the way the data is collected. We collect two bits of information. We collect when the unit is occupied or complete with all of its inspections, and that's now the metric for counting ADUs. And then there's also another metric as to when the building permit is pulled. And so it used to be that was the metric. So they just switched it this year. So we don't know what that means, because basically if you're counting it based on occupancy, that could be an occupancy from an ADU permit that was issued 2 years ago. And then we also wouldn't be capturing an ADU that had a permit issued this year, because that's not going to be completed for another year or two. So anyway, so we're kind of in this in-between space right now, where we don't really know whether we're going down or up. And it's really impossible to know based on just 1 year's worth of data.
Yeah, so you're saying that there's been a change in the methodology and how we're actually counting ADUs, and as a result of that, it used to be when a permit's pulled. Now it's when the unit's actually occupied. So
Correct.
there's a bit of a delay. Since
and that's why these things are, counted in multiple year cycles, because just looking at a snapshot of 1 year, it's impossible to know whether it's trending up or down. But in the meantime, we have a number of different programs. We're gonna continue to try to make it easier for people to get ADUs. We think that the pre-approved floor plans that we're going to work on this year is going to be very helpful, because if somebody can come in and look at a floor plan and know that, oh, this has already been pre-approved by the town, and all we have to do is walk in and walk out with a building permit. Maybe not quite that easy, but it will encourage, because that's a big expense when you're just starting out, is to actually have to hire the architect to go through the whole approval process. And so we're going to be looking at ways to make it more economical for homeowners to reduce their cost up front.
Yeah, I think between that program 1I, and then the other 1L, which is the ADU financial assistance program too. I mean, like the mayor mentioned, like ADUs can cost $250,000, but I have friends who are ADU developers, and their ADUs are selling for closer to $500,000. So it's almost like building a new home.
That was just to build it.
Right.
She didn't buy it. She built it. And I will also say that from pulling a permit to occupancy was 3 years. And a lot of that was construction delays and such. So I think Jeff's point of looking at 1 year increments, particularly because of this new metric, is difficult to make an assessment.
Yep.
Absolutely. But I wanted to reiterate this point that like ADUs are one of the tools in the toolbox, but as we've now shared a number of times, it's also expensive to do an ADU, and with the high interest rates and high cost of building, it's not going to be the silver bullet to get us out of this affordable housing crisis that we're in as a region. So thanks.
Right. And I just had one last question, and I was wondering if the town manager could clarify, we keep, I want to make sure that people understand and welcome our new housing specialist. Is the salary that was listed by Mr. Greenberg the correct salary for the housing specialist, or was that from something else?
No, that's not the correct salary. The budget document for this fiscal year contains all of that information, and that was discussed at multiple budget hearings.
Okay, well, I think we've finished this one up and want to thank Jeff and Bryn. And I don't think you need to stay unless you would love to. We would love to have you. So we're moving on to the next item, which is introduce, waive first reading, and read by title only an ordinance adding a chapter called Electronic Filing System to the Town of Fairfax Municipal Code, approving electronic and paper methods of filing campaign finance disclosure statements. And it's a little more than that. It's Form 700s. So it's much more than that. So when you go over the staff report, please tell us everything. We would love that. Thank you.
Yes, Mayor. So in the staff report, it covers all of the things that NetFile will be providing us. But just to start from the top, the ordinance being introduced tonight proposes adding a new chapter to the town code to establish an electronic filing system that supports both electronic and paper filing methods for campaign finance disclosure statements as well as Form 700s. The existing system, which relies strictly on paper filings, is cumbersome for many filers and doesn't meet the needs of many of our filers. It requires them to turn in hard copies, except for the 82700 filers, which the council is included in. They can file electronically through the FPP system, but even with that, there are shortcomings. Not only is paper filing inefficient, but it also does not align with Assembly Bill 2452 and other legislative measures that encourage local governments to adopt electronic filing systems to improve transparency and accessibility. With NetFile, it will ensure secure, free public access to filings and includes automatic redaction and online posting of statements, significantly reducing administrative workload. The system also integrates AB 1234 ethics training for local officials, which is currently provided by the FPPC under grant funding. And just at the end of 2023, that grant funding was threatened, and the FPPC sent out notifications to all the people who go through them for that ethics training to let them know that they no longer were going to be able to provide the AB 1234 ethics training. Luckily, they secured the grant funding for another year, but in the event that that was going to happen or could possibly happen in the future, NetFile has taken on the lift of providing that ethics training through their system. Oh, and lastly, if the council chooses to move forward and adopt this ordinance, we will try our best to get it up and running by this upcoming election. There are some barriers and some time constraints with filing the proper paperwork with the FPPC and getting everyone trained up and familiar with the system so they all know how to use it. But we will try our best. So if anybody has any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you, Christine. And thank you for bringing this to us. Any questions of staff? I have a few questions, but anyone have questions? Councilman Ackerman.
Yeah, I just clarifying, I believe you had said in the staff report that the way the electronic system would work, the way the ordinance, I believe, is structured, is that once someone starts using the electronic system, then they have to stay with the electronic system. They can stay with paper system for the time being anyway, as long as they want. But if they switch over to electronic, they have to stay with it. Just to clarify that.
I might actually have to double check on that. I don't know that once you start using the electronic filing system, you're committed to doing that. The point of the ordinance, the way that it was written, is to give filers the option, because we acknowledge that there are still residents here in Fairfax who prefer to paper file. That option is still being made available to them. So I don't believe that once you file electronically, you're stuck with that, but I can definitely confirm it.
And I believe that the ordinance specifically says that the ordinance speaks to being able to file paper files.
We wanted to keep that option in place for the filers who are technologically challenged or don't have the proper equipment at home to file online. So it does still remain an option for some folks.
Okay, so just a couple of questions. And this is kind of on the letter from NetFile. And I just want to make sure that we have the correct cost estimate. It talks about up to approximately 25 filers for Form 700. Me adding up our commissions that have to file, the council, there's a number of staff. I'm getting more on the order of 35 or more. And so I'm just wondering, it just says approximately 25. Do we get charged more if we go up to 40, for example?
You're correct. We do have 35 filers. The 25 was an estimate, and Tom, the CEO from NetFile, has confirmed that despite that, the quote that we received, the proposal that we received for the cost of the system remains as is, even though we have the additional 10 filers.
Okay. Thank you. And then the campaign system on his letter, and I know you just mentioned that you're going to do everything you can, but his letter doesn't say what date it's available. Now, I realize that there will be learning curves and stuff, but he doesn't have a date when they will have it available for us. So I'm just wondering, once they switch it on, we realize that we may not all get it and it'll take some time. But we don't have a date in that letter. So do we have a commitment from them that they are going to turn that on when we do this? And maybe we won't be ready, but okay, sorry, keep talking.
Thank you for your question. The proposal is also actually from October, I believe. So these were just the beginning conversations. It's hard to pinpoint a date on when we'll launch the system, when we were just in very early conversation about talking about the town possibly implementing this. So that's why there's no date. It was hard to talk about a launch date when we didn't even have it on the agenda.
Okay. Thank you. And one thing maybe would be good for us is subsequent to this, I think we can probably move forward without having it, but for you guys to get maybe a more updated letter now that if we agree to this. The second thing is ethics training. I believe everybody who files a Form 700 has to do ethics training and probably others. And again, we have something like approximately 20 filers. I just want to make sure that we're not going to get charged more because we have more people taking the ethics training.
The ethics training is included in the price in the proposal.
Okay, so it doesn't matter if we have 50?
Well, like you said, the ethics training falls in line with our Form 700 filers. So we could ballpark it, but it's not going to be quite 50. It's probably going to be, around 35.
Okay, and excuse my ignorance here, page 2 talks about FPPC 87200 compliant. Is that Form 700 with a different number?
The 82700 is a category of filers, and that would be the council and the planning commission are 82700 filers.
Okay, so it's whatever, when we fall in those categories, there's a select few. Okay, and then they talk about sexual harassment training tracking. Is that it's not included on the price. Are they doing that for free? Is that part of the whole package?
We are not, it's something that NetFile has explored offering, and it's something that could be offered to us if we wanted to, but we do there's a different term other than sexual harassment training. I believe
It's general anti-harassment
thank you.
training.
Yeah. And we do that through another platform. It's provided for free.
Okay, so right now we're staying with that.
Yeah, there's no
Okay.
need for us to take that on.
All
with
right, well,
NetFile.
though, thank you for being patient with all my questions. I guess I see a finger up, Councilmember Catrona.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. One question for you, Christine. So I'm a big fan of NetFile, using it with the County of Marin. I'm curious if we start to implement NetFile for all of my Form 700 stuff. I've historically used however it's been set up with the County of Marin for all the different boards and commissions that I sit on, or that, but would we be then would that change, or would that just mean that you're like the town of Fairfax would be looped into this thing that the county is already looped into? Or is it like something separate from what we're already doing? Like, will I have to start doing something differently from what I'm currently doing?
We would become part of the ecosystem of all of the people or jurisdictions who are currently using NetFile. So when you all who serve on boards or commissions at a county level, you need to file those. Many of you hit that barrier of needing to print out a separate sheet to include with your Form 700 filing, because that's not a feature that's currently provided through the FPPC filing system. But when you filed through the NetFile county system, you could seamlessly add those additional boards and commissions to your Form 700 filing. And it won't require us to send your Form 700 to everybody else or to the other boards and commissions that you serve on. It will be available in the NetFile system,
And
free and clear to the public.
And similarly, like if we file, when we file on the NetFile system, we won't have to separately save that PDF and send it to you because you'll already have access to the NetFile system.
That's correct.
Okay, awesome. That's great. Thank you.
Okay, no other questions of staff. I'll open this up for public comment. 2 minutes, please. Looks like we have one speaker in the room. Could you set the timer, please, Christine?
Hi, Todd Greenberg. I hope this is working where people in the remote audience can hear. We've had 2 failures earlier where people were cut off. This looks like a good product. It looks like it's adopted by ranging, depending on the services provided, 70 to 90% plus of the different cities, 300 plus cities in California. And it looks like it's reasonably priced. I'm generally impressed with what I'm aware of here. So I would encourage you to do this. I would point out that based on the question asked earlier of the town clerk, that there should not be loopholes. There should be, prior to adoption of this, prior to signing the contract, a clear delineation of pathways on what happens when there's paper filing and what happens when there's a transition between either paper or electronic, so that there is not confusion and there are not excuses for not properly filing on time. I have one more comment if I can read this. And I think it's the timely filing requirements were not mentioned in this ordinance as I read it. Maybe I didn't see that, but somebody might want to peruse this, because there's no mention of timely filing requirements or reference to any timely filing requirements that I'm aware of in this report or ordinance, but maybe I missed it.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, Council. I'm hoping that there will be uniformity between the paper and electronic filing. I think the electronic filing is actually a very good idea. I would also like to make it, as you do with some of your ordinances, retroactive. In the past, we all know there's been some absent on our Form 700s that some of you guys have filed. And I would like to see that the council actually stand up and make sure that the things that are filed represent a very clear, concise, and accurate position for those 700s that should have been filed in their completeness earlier. And I'm hoping with that uniformity, it'll bring greater conformity of the council to follow some of the rules and laws that in the past have been obfuscated or opaque. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Town Clerk. I was just looking at the town website.
Please, oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. I was just looking at the website under Town Clerk Elections, and whereas it was easy to find the FPPC filings, not today. If you want to check it out yourself, they're not there. I don't know if there's some type of transition glitch or something, but and I know the filing date for the quarter is basically today, but they're not there. Could we check into that, please?
Okay, thank you. Any other speakers in the room? Are there any speakers on Zoom?
There are no speakers on Zoom.
Okay, bring it back. A couple of things. The timely filing is something required by state law, so we don't need to put it in the ordinance. It's required that we meet those deadlines. And this will not be retroactive. The forms that already have been filed are what's going to be used, and there would be really no way to go back and redo them all. And so it will be prospective. And also, I think, Christine, when you get back in the office, if you could check to make sure our Form 700s and everything is up, maybe in a different place. Sometimes it's hard to find things. So I think with that, let's bring it back to the council. And would somebody like to make a motion?
Sure. I move that we introduce, waive first reading and read by title only an ordinance adding a chapter called Electronic Filing System to the Town of Fairfax Municipal Code, approving electronic and paper methods of filing campaign finance disclosure statements.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, so that was Vice Mayor Blash and then second Catrano. Roll call vote, please, Madam Mayor,
Yes.
Madam Clerk. I guess I've promoted you recently.
Yes, Mayor. Councilmember Ackerman.
Yes.
Councilmember Hellman.
Yes.
Councilmember Catrano.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Blash.
Yes.
Mayor Kohler.
Yes. Okay, and thank you so much, Christine and Heather, for bringing this to us. This will really be a godsend in some ways.
The credit goes to Christine, absolutely.
Thank you for continuing to look for efficiencies and increasing our transparency. We appreciate it. Okay, so now we're moving on to item 4, which is our adopt a resolution authorizing the display of rainbow flags during Pride Month, June 2024, and authorize staff to maintain the rainbow crosswalk. Do we have Public Works Director Lauren Umbertus on the line?
Lauren's on Zoom if we need him.
I think we may have some questions that it'd be good for him to answer once you're done with your staff report.
Okay, I'll be very brief. So as you may recall, for several years, the council has asked to raise a rainbow flag in honor of Pride Month, which is in June. And in this past year, 2023, we received a donation, or the council accepted a donation of rainbow flags that were hung as banners on the light posts. There are 30 of those that were handmade by a resident and donated to the town. They're still available and in good shape, and so we're recommending that those be put up for June, and that actually was a request of several council members, including the mayor. And then the second portion of that, and so going back, the first portion of that with the rainbow banners, that's the resolution. That's the resolution that needs to be passed if you want to hang those banners. The second portion
And
is
just a quick, sorry to interrupt, the rainbow banners on the flagpole or on the lamppost, as well as hanging the pride flag.
yes.
Okay, thank you.
And so then the crosswalk, the rainbow crosswalk, was a Progress Pride design that we started last year. And it has faded a bit as we expected it would. It was conventional paint, done pretty economically. And so the choice before the council now is just to give me direction as far as whether you'd like to repaint that with paint. And Christine, can you pull up those pictures for us? Thank you. Just to give you a sense of the design, one option is to repaint it with paint, and that would probably, you know, if you want to keep it kind of refreshed, then it's probably something you want to agree to do every year. There is also a special coating product that we can use to give it that same color. So same design. This is the design you're seeing here. And that design can be done with a special coating so that it would be longer lasting. There's a guarantee that it would last for 5 years, although of course any if there were changes in the Progress Pride flag and you wanted to change the colors, that would be an additional cost. Or if there was construction in that area, there's no construction scheduled in that area. But so per year, if you think about 5 years, then that special coating would be slightly less expensive. The paint is the least expensive sort of entry way to doing that. And then if you can go to the next slide, please. The third option is slightly less expensive special coating. And this is actually a picture from Sausalito. So Sausalito did this. We don't have we have some estimates, but I want to caution us to not be too fixated on the exact dollar of, you know, what this will cost or what that will cost, but relative to each other. Paint is least expensive. This type of striping is more expensive, but would last longer. And then the full color with the special coating would be the most expensive, all under the town manager's signature authority, which is why I'm asking for direction rather than authorization for a dollar amount. And that concludes my report.
Looks like Councilmember Hellman has some questions, and let's have Public Works Director Umbertus on Zoom because I'll have some questions as well. Are you ready or
Yes,
drop
I
it in?
am. Okay, you lost me on the cost for the so the thermo, whatever, the last one, that's there would be no change to the design, right? It would be the current design, or are you suggesting an alternate design?
Yeah, with the thermo or
Yeah.
special coating, we believe we'll be able to use that same design.
So
it would-
change the Fairfax current design. Is that what you're saying?
No.
Oh,
Keep the design as it is there now. But
okay.
it would be, you know, full color, and that would be the most expensive. It's not terribly expensive.
And how long does that last? So a special coating lasts 5 years?
Yes, that's the special coating.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
one and the same.
Yes.
Oh, I see. Okay, so, and if you did that option, then what is the cost for the annual paint maintenance? None? So there's annual paint maintenance of 4,500, one would presume possibly per year, right? Because
Yeah.
it lasts 1 year,
That-
right?
Just to clarify, there's one option that's just repainting it.
I
and
know,
that's
but I'm saying,
4,500,
I-
and the
I-
thermoplastic doesn't get painted.
what I'm saying, yeah, and it lasts five, so it's 16,000 for 5 years. If we did not do the thermo and we just said annual, it's 4,500 per year.
Correct.
Okay. So there's really two options. Did you say?
Well,
three?
there's
Or do nothing.
There are four.
sorry,
Okay.
I was trying to clarify and I did not succeed, so I'm sorry. Let me try again. So the design that you see on the pavement now is paint and it's worn down. So if you want to use paint and have sort of a lower initial cost, if you will, so a lower cost for this year, then we could repaint that in that same design with just paint. And we would expect that next year it would be faded again and you'd be faced with that same decision. If you want to keep that same design, but you want it to last longer, then we would use the thermo paint and we could do that. And the cost is approximately $16,000, which if you divide that over the 5 years, because you don't need to do it except for once every 5 years, then the per year cost is less. If that makes sense, just the, 16 divided by 5. And then another option, which is maybe a bridge between the two costs, is the striped thermo that they did in Sausalito, and that would last longer and it would cost probably more than paint, but less than the full color, if you will.
And just
I
to
didn't
say
quite get
that.
it. I was there
So
and then I didn't
the
quite get it.
picture that's just
Yeah.
stripes.
Yeah.
And I asked Lauren beforehand what Sausalito paid for that. And that's like a thermoplastic, but it's just stripes. It's not what it looks like now. It's the
Yes.
picture you showed. He said it was $6,800 is what Sausalito paid.
Mm,
That's the email I got. Lauren.
I'm so confused.
Good evening, everyone. This is Lauren, your Department of Public Works Director. So I've gotten some additional information. The amount that was paid in Sausalito was approximately $7,000. I spoke with the contractor who did that. He said it turned out to be more than that, but because he had a contract with Sausalito, that's what he was committed to. He said probably if we wanted to do something like that in ours, the actual cost to do it on a clean surface would probably be more closer to $8,000 or $9,000. If we wanted to go back onto our existing crosswalk and clear it and grind it in order to do that kind of style, we'd have to spend some money to clean it and do some prep work before. So we're probably talking about $10,000 if we wanted to do the Sausalito version. As it looks in Sausalito today.
Okay, and just one thing I think you didn't get to is doing nothing but just repainting it with the typical crosswalk is $3,000.
right. And so doing nothing is unfortunately not really doing nothing because we'd have to, sort of clean it and then paint it just white. So just so you know, and I apologize. There's a lot of options going here. And also that's part of why, I didn't want to get too specific as far as the numbers, is because things are evolving as we're getting more information from the contractors who can do this work.
No.
Can I ask a couple questions?
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, thank you for providing us with all these different options. I'm curious, in prior conversations about the Sausalito crosswalk design, I know there were some concerns. I don't know if they were from traffic consultants or, people who work on the safe route stuff or pedestrian safety stuff, but I had heard some concerns when the artist in residence were designing the design that we now have about having not having the white sort of crosswalk as part of that crosswalk on Broadway. Sausalito's is obviously different. They have the white bars, but they don't have a white crosswalk. So curious, any safety issues with that approach, or has something changed with that? Because that was what I had heard in prior conversations over the last year.
Yeah, that's excellent memory. And I'll say something and I'll let Lauren correct me if I'm wrong, but we want to keep the white bars because that is was designed by Parisi. That was something that helps standardize that intersection and make it clear that that is intended for people to cross. It's a warning sign. So I believe, Lauren, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but that the intent would be if you go with the stripes, then those stripes would fall within the white ladder form.
Yes, that's correct. So what we need to maintain is what is considered to be a standard crosswalk. So in that particular case, in Fairfax, we have a ladder crosswalk. That structure, that paint needs to be maintained. You can do things in and around it, but if you have a ladder crosswalk, you need to maintain that. So that's why we infilled the spaces, and that still allows us to maintain the crosswalk as it was. So we're still compliant in that form. In Sausalito, what they have is just the two horizontal parallel bars. And what they did is they infilled in between those two parallel bars. So I think that still complies because they have that type of crosswalk, but we would want to maintain that ladder, certainly.
Thanks for clarifying that. I think that's super helpful for folks to envision compared to the photo from Sausalito. One other question I had is, last year when the artists in residence here in Fairfax worked with volunteers, they went out there and painted it, and it was sort of a community project in addition to being something that has lived with the community over the last year. If we did thermo, is that something that's done by like a specialized group? Does that mean that it kind of removes that volunteer or that artist in residence element of it, and it would just be, having a third party come in and kind of do something based on the design from last year? Excuse me. Is that right?
If I may, I'll answer that. Thermo is essentially a plastic sheet that you lay down on the asphalt. You heat up the asphalt below, you heat up the plastic on top, and that's called thermoplastic. The coatings is kind of like a two-part epoxy system. So you have some specialized equipment there to make that coating. What we did last year was essentially regular paint. So that didn't require any specialized tools. We could allow people to get involved in that. But if we were going to replace it with coating or thermoplastic, then we would likely rely entirely upon a contractor for that application.
Got it. And then I have one more question here, which is one of the other things that's come up over the last year with regard to our crosswalk and the Sausalito crosswalk and thermo or paint is hearing a lot about the question of durability, but also the question of the slickness or slipperiness of full on thermo versus paint or things like that. So just wanted to check in on that sort of pedestrian safety component if the council decided to go with any sort of thermo for anything on that crosswalk, excuse me.
Lauren, can you speak to that?
Sure. Thank you. So if you do encounter thermo in other locations, it usually comes initially with a grit applied to the applique that is put down. But over time, that grit will get worn down by traffic. And so in my experience, thermo can become slippery over time. Because the coating is actually applied directly to the asphalt and it kind of embeds itself into the graininess of the asphalt, you're not going to get that kind of slick overlay coating that you might get with thermo. So I think that over maybe 3 years, 4 years, you might see a little bit more slickness on the thermo than you would see on the coating. But a lot of people will tell you that thermoplastic is used for crosswalks all over. So I think it just kind of varies upon the environmental conditions that you're working with.
Cool, thank you.
Just wanted to ask a quick question because I hadn't thought about this before. If we did go with the regular paint option, are our artists and residents interested and available in doing this year?
I have reached out to the artist who helped us with the original design, and she's certainly available to help us touch it up and be there again. I think that now that we have a design, it doesn't require as much oversight as we had last year, but she's certainly available to assist in kind of being back again to reinvigorate and rehabilitate that crosswalk.
And my recollection was they didn't paint it, but they designed it and oversaw it. Is that
No, they
correct?
painted it too.
I was there.
I was out there.
We had a third-party contractor primarily do most of the work, but we certainly had the artists and residents out there helping, and we had a few people who I think took the opportunity to use the brushes and be involved in the project a little bit.
I think
because it was in the street, we did primarily use a third-party contractor.
Right. I think they taped the artists and residents taped the design on the street, and then they had the contractors paint it.
Okay, so I have some questions. My recollection is last year, the black came up within a couple of weeks or a month. And so in our staff report, it was pretty quick. In our staff report, we talk about the paint lasting a year. I don't see that as being an option. I saw empirically what was happening out there, and it was not, it was beautiful when it was first done, but it sure didn't last. So can you speak to how you could guarantee it could last a year?
I think that I think the quick answer is no. What I was told then, and what I've seen also, is that for whatever reason, some colors fade faster or get degraded more quickly than others. So for instance, I think the yellow out there is almost entirely been degraded, whereas some of the other colors have held on for a little while longer. And that just has to do with the constitution of the paint. So what we had out there last year was, for the community, it was something that we weren't committed to for 5 or 10 years or however long we wanted to do it, but it was something that we were able to do at a relatively economic cost. So if we were to do it in regular paint again, yes, we would see the same type of degradation that we saw this last year. And the only thing is that the upfront cost is lower by doing paint, but it does degrade pretty quickly because of the traffic that happens.
Yeah, and I would just respectfully disagree. The white is not good. I mean, it really didn't last, and here we are a year later, and it's not beautiful anymore. But I also want to ask you a question about the costs. In here, it talks about paint for 4,500. I asked some questions and I believe you got back to me saying we paid 4,500 last year. Now it looks like 5,000, but it may not include traffic control. Can you speak to that? So that would make it more expensive.
Sure. So what happened?
And that's just for paint.
Right, for just for the paint. So what happened last year is that we combined the crosswalk project in with some other work that we were doing that included curb painting, that included stop bars and stop painting and things like that. So we got the benefit of having some existing traffic control already in place. So if we move forward with doing the painting this year, it will move pretty quickly because we've done it before, but there will be some traffic control that will be required. And having spoken with the contractor, we might be looking at some, $1,000 a day or so to do traffic control. So it might be $4,000, $5,000 for doing the paint, but another $1,000 for doing traffic control if it's just a single day. It may take 2 days depending on availability, so it could be potentially up to $7,000.
Okay, and that's just for paint that probably will last less than a year. Talking about and I'm confused because we talk about street bond and thermoplastic, and I just want to ask you, I think the costs have gone up and we're not sure about the traffic control either. Could you speak to if we were to go with, I think it's thermoplastic, what the costs are now? Because it sounds like, at least when I had asked some questions, that it's more than 16,000 plus traffic control. And what do you think we are on that?
So based upon some more recent information and trying to gather more details, if we were to do it in the thermoplastic, and again, that is a sheet that's laid down, it's heated up, it's basically cooked onto the asphalt. I think that the cost that we're looking at for doing that is approximately $80,000 or $18,000. My apologies. $18,000 should last at least 5 years, would be very durable. That includes traffic control. If we were to do it in the coating system, what I've heard is that number is approximately $13,000. It is also durable for approximately 5 years. My apologies. And it also includes the traffic control. So it's a little less expensive to do it in the coating than it is to do it in the thermoplastic.
And, okay, excuse my ignorance, but what's the difference between coating and thermoplastic?
Sure.
Help us, please.
So thermoplastic is basically a plastic sheet that is laid down over the asphalt, is heated up so that it actually adheres to the asphalt. The street bond, the coating, street bond is actually a product name or a product manufacturer, but the coating is basically like an epoxy paint. So it's mixed, it's applied as a roller onto it. You'll see that in San Francisco, where you see the red zones, where you see some parking or some bike lanes, things like that. So it's essentially like a 2-part epoxy that is rolled out, as opposed to the thermoplastic, which is laid down onto the ground and heated up so that it basically bonds with the asphalt.
And both of those last about 5 years?
Correct.
Okay, and then sorry for peppering you with questions, but one of the things in the staff report talks about or speaks to the idea of just going back with the normal crosswalk, and that's $3,000. And one of the things, at least that's what the staff report says, so I don't know if that's right. But one of the things we've heard from the chamber is they have concerns about a number of our crosswalks really fading. Have we looked at that, and have we considered that, for safety reasons in this town. And I mean, I'm completely supportive of Pride Month. I'm completely supportive of the banners on the poles and the pride flag. I just wonder about this cost of something. I'm wondering, have you looked at our crosswalks and just said, can we do 5 crosswalks for $15,000 and improve our safety in our town instead of spending what could be as much as 18,000 on the thermoplastic or the paint that doesn't really last? So have you looked at that and just really looked at our crosswalks?
Yeah, so the short answer is that historically Fairfax has painted their crosswalks, and that's been done by internal staff. And when we were at a period of time where we only had 3, the amount of time that the staff was able to get out there and actually refresh crosswalks and refresh stops and refresh some of those areas was limited. But that's traditionally what Fairfax, as far as I know, has provided. We have provided thermo where you see those green rectangular bicycle route pathways. But in general, most of the stops and crosswalks were all performed basically internally using street paint. So street paint is a little bit more durable than the paint that we use for the colors, only because the colors, we wanted to get that done pretty quickly. We wanted to bring that into town. So street paint sometimes is a little bit more durable, it's a little bit thicker. But if we were to do, say, a larger project, we would want to be doing, thermo. So something like Scenic or Porteous that we recently completed, we would place that with thermo as opposed to just doing regular paint.
But let me just go back and ask. I mean, I understand that that would be the gold standard, right? But we have gotten by for several years with a lot of our crosswalks that have been done by internal staff using street paint, which, I mean, this is the first time hearing that that paint is better than if we just repainted the Pride. I thought we would have used street paint, but I don't know. So I'm just wondering if we went back to the idea of just painting using the stencils and our own staff, couldn't we get like 5 crosswalks repainted to make our town safer for people crossing? Is that right? Is it about 3,000 to pay our staff to do each one?
I don't know what the exact cost would be. I mean, it would require 2 to 3 people to, spend a significant amount of time and try to do traffic control. It's challenging for our small staff to do that correctly. If we wanted to do a crosswalk across center and actually do it safely, that requires signage and things like that. I think that in the past, that's just what's happened. I'm not sure that that's exactly the safest thing that staff did, but we certainly have done that in the past. We can certainly bring them out and have them refresh those types of things. But there are certain safety issues that I'm always concerned about putting them in there if we're not doing the proper signage and protection for those folks.
Well, I'm sorry to beat this to death, but I tend to do that at times. Just one more question. So the staff report talked about just painting the regular old black and white and saying that that was $3,000. Is that $3,000 based on using a contractor, or is that based on our staff doing it? That's what's in the staff report. And so I'm just questioning, because I'm not necessarily saying we should use our staff, but if it's $3,000 to just go back to black and white, and we needed a contractor to do it with all the safety issues you bring up, could we get 5 crosswalks done?
At $3,000 a piece. I'd have to go back and take a look at that and give you a little bit more information on that.
Okay, and I just want to say one piece is when we put these staff reports together, I realize it's not all precise, but it would be good to know that, because that was something that was really sort of rolling around in my head. Okay, well, thank you. It looks like Vice Mayor Blash has another question.
Yeah, so this brought up another question for me. I wasn't going to ask questions, but Can you give us an idea where you think crosswalks are fading to the extent that they need to be replaced imminently?
I think that so the short answer is that many of our crosswalks and a lot of our street markings are fading in a lot of different way and locations and areas. And so, as we move forward on doing street repair and doing some of the street improvement projects, we're going to refresh that stuff as we proceed with that work. What we typically do, and this is both for Sausalito and also for here, is we wait for the summertime and the fall in order to do a lot of street painting. And then that's when we try to do as much street painting as we possibly can. So we basically go out, try to find all those locations that we can do ourselves with the equipment and the staff that we have, and we try to refresh those as much as possible.
Okay, well, I think it's time for public comment, please. And so this is basically, I just want to remind folks, this is about the display of the rainbow flags and also the sidewalk, the crosswalk from Mai Tai to the parkade. Thank you.
Several houses on Bolinas don't even have safe passage to cross Bolinas Road. Yet you're focusing on spending money on decorating a crosswalk, tens of thousands of dollars on decorating a crosswalk when my family can't even cross the damn street safely. My 9-year-old could tell you that you're not doing your priorities right there. Many families with young children live and visit Fairfax. We all know how impressionable and easily influenced young children are. We all know how they want to feel important and special and to get attention as much as possible. We all know that Fairfax does not seek to fly a banner celebrating being straight from every lamppost or to paint a crosswalk celebrating being heterosexual. Yet the town council wants to fly dozens of pride flags for a month and to keep a trans crosswalk year-round. That tells the kids that they can get more attention and feel more special in Fairfax if they are trans, but not straight. I am thankful that under our law, people are free to love and be who they choose to be. So I thought that all children are equally important, even the straight ones. Fly a pride flag from Town Hall for the month of June, but don't plaster dozens of pride flags in Pride Progress crosswalk downtown. We all know that those flags and that crosswalk do not make all of our children feel important.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. And all right, thank you.
It's already pressed in, so just go.
You're good.
Okay. One question came to mind was the materials that will be used for the various options. I'm just thinking from an environmental standpoint and hearing plastics and such. And so I just wanted to toss that out there and understand if that's a consideration in the overall decision making.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Madam Mayor, Rick Hamer, downtown. I'm very supportive of the Pride celebration. However, I'm not so sure about coatings. The first speaker had to mention why are we doing decorative painting when there are some sidewalks or crosswalks that aren't safe. The second speaker talked about plastic coatings. I'm thinking that before we spend substantial amount of money here, we should consider at least for this crosswalk using a concrete mix or an asphalt mix that has embedded color in it rather than putting in some coating on top of this material, perhaps traffic calming by raising the crosswalk so vehicles have to slow down for the crosswalk and they get into that habit. Additionally, there's other ways that will not be impacted that we can celebrate Pride. One of why I was at Legal Aid of Marin yesterday, I met a gentleman from Sausalito, and the one thing we had in common with Sausalito was a rainbow crosswalk. And we were talking about that. And another thing he was talking about is pickleball. And we have a tennis court that could be converted to a pickleball court, and we could use rainbow striping in order to stripe that. And that would be a lot more durable than thousands of vehicles driving over a rainbow crosswalk. I would just like these things to be thought about in a broader sense across the entire town for the entire population. Thank you.
Thank you, Rick. Next speaker, please. Ms. Ross.
Hi, yes, Cindy Ross again. Yeah, as somebody who has chemical sensitivities and also somebody who's had a terrible injury falling in a crosswalk, I really implore you to take into account that, yeah, as other speakers have said, melting plastics, using epoxies, is going to have all kinds of off-gassing, who knows what kinds of toxic chemicals. And it seems like a real waste of money. I'm all for celebrating Pride, hanging banners or putting some flags around. But really, like the mayor said, let's focus on making the crosswalks safe, using, spending minimal money just to use whatever paint is appropriate or whatever materials are appropriate, to make it cost effective. But to just decorate something at tens of thousands of dollars that could be toxic and could be even unsafe is just not okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, Todd Greenberg here from downtown Fairfax. I remember when the mayor assumed the mayorship this year, it was a back to basics theme. I don't know what basics mean or were meant there, but to me and to a lot of other people, back to basics means safety first, which is, I think, something you just spoke of, thankfully. Safety first means that not maybe sometime, but ASAP, the crosswalks that are faded, that cars are rolling through, are painted normally. It's not a debate about what color we're going to paint them. There's a standard color for safety that will prevent the town from getting sued. Maybe save a life. Second, budget. And this time I'm going to point you so that somebody doesn't not give the right answer. And you can correct me if I can't read somehow, but on the second page of, I believe it says agenda item 5, the Fairfax Town Council staff meeting report from the finance director, 2/3 of the way down the page, it shows that the town is in a deficit this year.
Okay, that's another item.
Okay,
Stay on
but
topic.
my point is, why spend money you don't have if there's a $2 million deficit for this town, and the town has $22 million in long-term liabilities and $12 million worth of debt? Why are you not taking care of the basics first? Next, DEI. Maybe the audio can be adjusted back there. I'd like my time back. DEI. If this town meant to be fair to everybody, it wouldn't be giving special interest to one group. Everybody should be able to fly their own flag the way they want to, and the town should fly the U.S. flag properly.
Next speaker, please.
Hello, Mayor. Michael McIntosh. First off, I appreciate your questions asking to the prudency of this expense. Looking at the two designs, clearly Fairfax had a better design than Sausalito. But whether or not it's a better design is still a frivolous expense. The deficit that Todd was talking about is a $2 million deficit from your general fund. That's illustrated on your documents. That means that even what the expenses you're talking about tonight, you're going to be financing that same expense over 5 years. So it'll be greater. I encourage you to take these same funds and apply them, as you brought up, to sidewalks. I really hope the council will learn or listen to the first speaker. Scott came up here and gave you a very reasonable reason why you should look at safety. where you should address these sidewalks, how you should make it safer for all our children. And I think he was really right. I also know that the council in the last year has received many requests to say, well, okay, Pride Day was fine, but what about the Irish Day and the Indigenous People Day and the Scottish Day? They're all different groups that if we celebrate all these groups, and tonight we've had a huge outpouring of people identifying the anti-Semitism that's even in our own town. Why don't we have a flag for our Jewish community? All these different communities have built what we have today. And if you only really support one with money that you don't have, you are diminishing everybody else. That's what inclusiveness is about. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Markville, Fairfax. Slippery is not good. Slippery is lawsuits. I don't think we need any more lawsuits. So I would say slippery coatings are out. Also, as far as the rainbow flags, it was last year. It hasn't been going on for years. To raise the flag to put the flags on the flagpole, supposedly because our cherry picker is broken, has an estimated cost of $1,300 to $2,600. That's really strange. That's a lot of money, especially when you can rent a 15-foot vertical mast lift for $70 a day. So why would you need to spend that kind of money? Or we could ask San Anselmo if we could borrow theirs, and then we could like fill up the gas tank on it or recharge it depending on what they have. Or you could go to Fog Campers in town who have camper vans with platforms on the top, and they could just drive down the street and put them up. They would probably do it for a very reasonable, if no price at all. So why are you looking at spending that kind of money? You can buy inclusive flags for $20 a piece. You could buy 4 flags and put them where the crosswalk between Mai Tai and the Parkade is for $80. The town crew, Public Works, used to do the painting for a fraction of what's being charged when we start outsourcing it. And as far as traffic control, I'm sure that you can find people either as volunteers. Oh, we don't have a volunteer committee anymore, but even still, there can probably find people who would volunteer to sit there and direct people. It might be a good job for high school students.
Thank you.
One other thing is, how can you vote without the cost?
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Frank Hager from Meadoway. As funding gets tighter and tighter, I wonder why Fairfax is privatizing these small public works projects. Fairfax has hung banners forever. And is the boom truck broken down? Can it be repaired? Can our crews fix it? They used to take care of that kind of stuff. You know, we're going to continue hanging banners. So let's get that boom truck fixed so our own crews can do it. So we don't have to pay outside people to do this work. And our crews have always painted the sidewalk. I'm sure they could, they're good enough. They could paint the Pride sidewalk. They've got to be able to do that. So let's use our in-house crews for this and save some money. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers in the room? If not, would someone mind turning the mic off? Christine, maybe you could. Thank you, Mr. LaFranchi. Apologize. Any speakers on Zoom?
Yes, there are 5 speakers on Zoom.
Okay. All right. Thank you. First speaker, please.
The first speaker is Kay, followed by D. Lee. Kay, you are unmuted.
Hi, I want to start with Barbara. Thank you. You asked all the questions I was asking. I appreciate that. And I totally support, oh my God, I totally support Pride. I fly the flag every year. I actually brought down a flag to Fairfax Library when theirs got stolen. I've given out flags to community members when theirs was stolen. but I don't support putting any money into the sidewalk right now. We just, as you all know, we just finished a poll about increasing our property tax. Our streets are, I forget the exact number, worse than the county. I'm different than all of you up there. I was a single mom at 21 here in Marin. So and working at Safeway, I really know about priorities and money, and you got to pay the rent, you got to buy the shoes, and you got to buy groceries before you do anything else. And we need to get our roads fixed. Mark Bell had a great idea, which I thought of, is do people still use flags when they cross that crosswalk? Could we put pride flags in there and have people walk across the crosswalk with pride flags? I mean, that might be a cost effective thought. Anyway, that's all I want to say.
Thank you, Kay. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Dee Lee, followed by Sierra. Dee Lee, you are unmuted.
Hello, Deborah Benson, Cascade Drive, Fairfax. First of all, this seems to me to be another political project decided by the members of this council. I appreciate Mayor Kohler bringing up the ongoing maintenance of the existing crosswalks. We have potholes too, lots of them. It seems to me to make no sense to be spending this kind of money on, again, a decorating project. I also support Pride. I think it should be a one-year experiment, a one-year statement, a one-year project. We're now looking at a damaged crosswalk. You know, in order to paint it in any way, it looks like we're going to have to spend money grinding off if we want to take it back to its regular form. We have to spend money grinding off what's been done. I'd say let's fix what's broke with our money. The other thought that I had regards the thermoplastic, which lasts 5 years. And so over 5 years, it breaks down. Another piece of plastic or lots of pieces of plastic going into our streams. Let's just get back to home base here, fix what we have. Our crews were always able to go out there and paint the crosswalks themselves, and no one ever got hurt. So take it back to home base. And thank you for hearing me.
Thank you, Deborah. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Sierra, followed by Mallory. Sierra, you're unmuted.
It's emoji sailing tonight, I think. Barbara, thank you for your questions tonight. But I gotta say, cross-referencing other topics, especially fiscally, is not being off topic. Please quit interrupting and rattling public speakers. We have a right to speak, and you're not being kind to us there. I don't appreciate it. I really don't. As for the crosswalk, excuse my language, but it looked like crap shortly after it was painted the first time. It really did. It didn't hold up very well. Pride is great, as are lots of other groups of humans. Nothing against that. But why don't we have a private fundraising and community painting project rather than putting it on the town? What about patching all the potholes? Has anybody driven down Sir Francis Drake from St. Rita's out to Whitehill lately? Personally, I drive halfway into the middle lane because it's such a potholy mess. We've got other fiscal needs in this town that we should probably take care of. I'd like to see that actually funded by the people in the community rather than the town taking care of it. And I agree with Frank and other people. Let's fix the bucket truck. If you'd like my help, I'll come down and give it a look. We don't have to hire experts to do everything. As for safety of being able to paint it, how did we do it for 50 years before? We had all these safety, everything, this, that, and the other thing. I'm sure we can put a truck with a flashing light to block a lane and have it be plenty safe to paint half of the crosswalk. It's not, it's, painting a crosswalk shouldn't have to be rocket science. Where's the community involvement and where are we? And I think, it's great, but it should also last. It's like painting something that's going to look like crap pretty soon, like the last one, is a waste of money.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. I think it's Mallory.
The next speaker is Mallory, followed by Michael. Mallory, you are unmuted.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes.
Oh, yes.
Okay. All right. I just wanted to say I agree with absolutely everybody who's spoken, 100%. I don't think we need this. I am for flags. I'm for fixing the truck. I'm for honoring LGBTQ. Everything I agree. This crosswalk looked just very quickly looked really bad. And I don't think it's necessary. I don't think we could do it. We should do it. And I think it's just, we need to fix the potholes. We need to fix the sidewalks. This is not an expense that we have to do. It's not necessary. There's other ways to honor that community. And I think we should use the other ways and not paint our sidewalks. And especially, it's very toxic stuff. And every time you go over it, another little piece will go into the atmosphere. And I don't think that is something we should be adding to. There's enough garbage in the atmosphere right now. Thank you.
Thank you. How many more speakers are there?
Just one more speaker.
Okay.
Michael, you are unmuted.
Great. Thank you very much. I'll make it quick. I very much support the comments of Mark Bell, Mike Mack, Todd, and especially Frank. Todd had a great concept about back to basics, especially when it comes to spending money the town doesn't have. I fully support the LGBTQ. I believe that flags and celebrations are great for all groups, but I believe they're more cost-effective solutions and a better use of funds that prioritize focusing on the safety and the quality of life of the residents. I'm not going to complain about the look of the sidewalk. It was a good attempt. We tried it, but it wasn't successful. So let's do things a little bit differently this year. Thank you.
Thank you. No more speakers? Okay, bringing it back to the council. It's okay. It looks like I see a finger. Councilmember Catrano.
Thank you. I don't know if I'll have additional comments, but just a quick question. Is Lauren still with us?
I am.
All right. Thanks for hanging in here with us, Lauren. Quick question for you. I was wondering that name Street Bond was like rattling around in my head after you started speaking about it, and I realized that we had a meeting with the Street Bond folks like 2 years ago after Councilmember Ackerman and I went to the Green Building Conference in San Francisco in terms of alternative, more environmentally friendly types of products. I mean, our streets are coated with all sorts of crazy stuff, just like basically every single object in this room. Plastics kind of rule our lives. But with regard to the Street Bond, you mentioned that it was a little more cost effective than the thermo. I'm curious about the grittiness of the Street Bond material. I know that they really tout the like solar reflectiveness of the material to help with cooling and UV stuff. But yeah, I mean, is there a way where that Street Bond material is able to be used to recreate the design that our artists and residents had come up with, and would it have a certain amount of grittiness compared to the thermo? Or I was wondering if you could just speak a little bit on that, that'd be helpful.
Right. So I don't have a lot of information on the product itself, except for the fact that it is, when I described it as a 2-part epoxy, it may not be epoxy. That's kind of the way to explain how it is. It's a liquid that is mixed together, that is then rolled upon the roadway. Now you can change the grittiness of that paint or regular paint or street paint by adding, glass pebbles to it, or sand to give it that little grittiness. Same thing with thermo, that they sometimes will apply like some kind of grit that's applied to that. So the street bond, that's the product manufacturer. There are probably others that exist, but this particular one and the quotes that we've presented to you tonight, that is kind of a coating. It will, apply to the asphalt, so it already has kind of that inherent texture, because it's just basically a street coating as opposed to a strip of, plastic that's laid and heated down and melted into the asphalt. So I'm not sure if that answers the question. As to the what makes it up and whether or not it's a green product, whether it's water-based, I don't have the information on that, but the product name is Street Bond. That is just one of many. I'm sure that there are others. Many communities will use that. If you drive down, I believe, into San Rafael, and you see some of their bike lanes where you'll see the green bike lane that is, an extensive length. That's going to be in the coating. It's not going to be in thermo. I think that that's kind of typical. I personally live in San Francisco, and in a lot of the bike havens, when you come to a stoplight or you see those different lanes which are colored in a red color for buses and taxis, that's typically done in a coating, not in a thermo. If that answers your question.
Yeah, that is helpful. And I'll let my colleagues speak a little bit more, but I do want to call out one other thing that's interesting about the crosswalk stuff. And actually, Lauren, if you're around, maybe you could speak on this too, because it came up last year in the discussion. But one of the things about murals, community murals in the community, and things related to the crosswalks or related to intersections or opportunities for traffic calming when we get these sorts of projects online. And I was wondering if you could speak a little bit on that philosophy, especially in one of the more dangerous or busier parts of Fairfax, which is that section of Broadway.
I just think I want to be clear. Lauren is very knowledgeable, but he's a public works director. He's not a traffic person. And I do know that he's not a traffic engineer. And I do know that fire has significant concerns about traffic calming because they won't be able to go fast. So I think we want to be careful about how much we put on our public works director. If there's
I think our
something,
public works director, respectfully, I think our public works director should know a thing or two about traffic calming. But paint on the ground as traffic calming shouldn't be a concern for fire. It wasn't a concern for fire last year.
I'm
But
not talking about the lumps, but okay, quickly, because we have the 10 o'clock rule. Go ahead, Lauren.
I'll try to answer as I understood it. So in terms of traffic calming, there are lots of different applications that you can do, that a town can do, that include, things like raised crosswalks or adding additional color to the roadway to indicate safe havens, or doing bump out. So there's a lot of different ways of trying to calm traffic or focus a driver's attention and other people's attention to their surroundings. So I kind of lost a little bit on the question. So if you want to repeat that, I can happily answer that. But
yeah, I was just speaking to the
working with traffic consultants to try to take a look at different areas that we have in Sausalito, including Broadway, including Sir Francis Drake and some other locations, about how to improve the movement of pedestrians, bicycles, and vehicles, and try to make it safer by using kind of understood and accepted applications. And those all depend upon the neighborhood and depend upon what you're trying to achieve. So that,
yeah, thank you.
My quick answer is that I'm certainly not taking any movements on my own without trying to engage other people who have more experience within Marin County and traffic calming for these types of projects.
Yeah,
Okay.
I was just trying to get your perspective on paint on the ground, whether it's bike lanes or the stop bars or, crosswalks as a form of traffic calming. And sometimes these community murals can act like that and slow people down on the street. But thanks for being even more comprehensive with that. One other
Before
question.
we do that, we have the 10 o'clock rule. I'd like to get a motion for somebody to say, I think we can finish all these items. I'm sorry to interrupt, but we do have the 10 o'clock rule. So if somebody would make
Happy
a
to
motion.
move that we
Okay.
waive the 10 o'clock rule.
Second.
Okay, Madam Clerk, if you could take a roll call vote.
Yes, Mayor. Councilmember Ackerman.
Press on.
Councilmember Hellman.
Yes.
Councilmember Catrano.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Blash.
Yes.
Mayor Kohler.
Yes. Okay.
Okay.
I'm going to the restroom after this item. FYI.
We can do that.
One other quick question for you, Lauren. The stuff around 5 years, you mentioned whether it's thermo or other stuff, 5-year lifespan. There've already been questions raised about the 1-year lifespan of just paint, and we've heard a lot about that. In the event that, we did something that was supposed to be guaranteed for 5 years and then it's not, is it your understanding that like a company would fix that if they're guaranteeing their product to be durable for that length of time?
That's a great question. And we'd have to take a look at the warranties by the applicators and by the manufacturers of those products. Obviously, things within the environment have an impact upon that. So when I spoke with one of the vendors for the street bond material, he took a look at Google Maps and said, oh, you have a straight intersection. There's not turning that's happening on there. It's not the main road of Sir Francis Drake. It appears to be a secondary road, even though it's probably just as busy. So a lot of factors will come into that. So I'd have to take a look at the warranties about what that would be. My guess is that people would say, that there's lots of impacts that are happening in these locations, and we'd have to figure out what their warranty would be on those, and that's just hard to kind of.
Okay, well, I think that's something we should look into. Just a few points of clarification before we move on, and I think we'll take a quick restroom break, because I think some of us need to. But just a couple of things. We do not have a budget deficit. In fact, we have something like a 25% reserve. And the bucket truck the cost to repair it is $30,000 to $35,000. And we're looking at options potentially sharing with San Anselmo. So that's not off the table, and just want to clarify those things. But let's take a 5-minute break to use the restroom, and then we'll continue to discuss this item. Sorry, folks, I know it's getting late. I believe Councilmember Ackerman wanted to make some comments, please.
Okay.
Sorry, let's wait till we get our.
Need the
let's wait till we
need the wizard.
Well, we also
Okay,
need to
the
make sure
wizard
we're
is here.
recording.
Okay, we're
We're
good.
set? Okay, go ahead.
So, there's two things in this item, really. One is that there's a resolution that that we can approve, and I would be happy to make a motion to do so. That's the one regarding the flags and the flag, the rainbow flags, and that. The other one is just to give staff direction, and that's what this discussion about the rainbow crosswalk is. So with regard to that, I don't know how popular this will be, but I would suggest that we've had a lot of options and more options as we discuss those options. And I've got one more option I would ask about if Lauren is still online. But with all those options, I would say it would be good to just direct staff to do some more research on it. And secondly, I think with regard to the crosswalk, from all the sentiment that I'm hearing from the town, and I think I would agree my own sentiment, I think we should try to keep it on the low cost side of it if possible, in general. But let me just, since Lauren is online, let me ask that one question, which is what about you had mentioned that when it was originally painted by people here in Fairfax largely, or at least taped, you said it was taped out by people, by citizens in town, but then painted by staff? Is that who painted it?
Third-party
But-
contractor.
A contractor. Okay. But in any case, I believe you said, if I'm not mistaken, that it was just regular paint at that time, like maybe floor paint or something. So I'm wondering what would there be an option to explore to use street paint for that? Not street bond, but the same kind of paint that's used for the other crosswalks in town, which hold up a little longer.
Yeah, thank you for the question. I can do a little bit more research on that. The challenge with the Pride crosswalk as we painted it is the colors. So you have to
Finding the
make
colors in
sure
the
that
street
you
paint,
can
right?
mix, street paint with the colors, and so but I can certainly look into that a little bit more and see if there's a more durable, quote unquote, street paint as opposed to a standard paint that you would find at a regular paint store.
All right, thanks. So I would, if there isn't any more discussion about it, I would.
And I'm sorry for interrupting, Bruce. My apologies.
Mhm.
Just if we were to find, an opportunity to do that in a little bit more durable of a paint, the application costs are going to be essentially the same. We may get some more durability out of it. It may last a little while longer, but certainly, the traffic control costs and the application costs are going to be similar, but the material costs may go up. So
I understand. Yeah.
Meant for that.
Okay.
Okay, before you, I think we can take the resolution separately, but I have a couple of comments before we do that. If that's okay. I just want to say, having grown up in the 60s and 70s and having many LGBTQ, which weren't called that at the time, friends who had to hide. Sorry, I'm gonna cry. This is really meaningful. And I'm really disturbed when I hear people saying we shouldn't put the pole banners up and the flag up. People in this community need to feel that they are part of this community. And this is a group of folks of all stripes, colors, persuasions, who still have a difficult time. Maybe not like it was back in the 60s and 70s, but still it's very challenging, particularly for younger teenagers. It's really difficult. So I want to say, there's plenty of other people that grew up in this community, the Irish, the Scottish. We need to celebrate Pride Month, and we need to do that with, thankfully, somebody very nicely donated the pole banners. And we already have the flag that we bought last year. I think the Progressive Pride flag, I believe that's what we bought. And we have flown a Pride flag every year for all the years I've been on the council. I am not supportive of moving forward with the crosswalk. I really would like us to say, that was our 1 year. It was, unfortunately, it didn't last, and it was wonderful. That day was truly amazing and wonderful, but I'd really like us to go back to what I consider to be the basics. I don't want us to wait for when we do road repairs to fix our sidewalks. Let's get those sidewalks in town repainted that are faded. That's a safety issue. We can't wait until we get around to a road on scenic or whatever. I also, as a scientist, have concern about nanoplastics, which we know is, you know, I worked on this back in the 90s, but this is a big problem. So I would like us to just say, let's move forward with this resolution. I'd really like us to vote for getting that crosswalk back to the black and white, and that is not to diminish my support for Pride Month. And let's fix our crosswalks. That's important. So that's where I'm at. And I think we could probably move forward on the resolution now. I'm not sure. I know Councilmember Ackerman talked about doing more research, and I thought some of your ideas were good, but I also personally feel it's time to just let's go white and black with crosswalks, and so people, you know, are safe in this town. So maybe we can have the motion on the resolution and then have a quick discussion on the other piece. Thank you for offering that.
Okay, well, yeah, that's pretty similar to my thinking. So the resolution is to, the motion I think would be adopt a resolution to display rainbow flags throughout June 2004 to recognize Pride Month.
Second.
Just one friendly amendment. It was 2024, not 2000.
2004, yes.
We don't want to go back in time.
Okay, I second.
Misread that.
And Madam Clerk, would you mind taking a roll call vote?
Yes, Mayor. Councilmember Ackerman.
Yes.
Councilmember Hellman.
Yes.
Councilmember Catrano.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Blash.
Yes.
Mayor Kohler.
Yes. And then I'm not sure where we want to go with this on providing direction to staff. I provided my feedback. So, and I hear Councilmember Ackerman.
One possibility, just to build on what you had just said, Madam Mayor, would be to leave the crosswalk as it is through Pride Month. And then after that, at whenever it's the convenient time for town staff to get that back to a normal crosswalk. That's just a possibility.
I think that's, in my opinion, that's a good compromise. I'm not sure how others feel about that. But maybe we could get a quick way in.
Yeah, I'm happy to weigh in. I think, you know, I totally respect where y'all are coming from, but I couldn't disagree with the two of you more. I think it's important to continue to have community art. I think it has brought vibrancy to our community to think about these creative solutions to traffic calming, to creating community belonging. I've heard from plenty of people who, for the first time ever, have raised an environmental argument about murals or paint, you know, for the sake of an LGBTQ related thing. I mean, last year we got a really healthy dose of homophobic and transphobic emails and rhetoric related to Pride Month, the flags, the crosswalk, etc. But I think it's important to, you know, continue to create these opportunities for artistic expression in our community and for vibrancy. And I think that's something that this crosswalk does. It is symbolic. Barbara, I know you talking about that day where we had the 100 people come out and celebrate it, and there was painting of it and whatnot. But I mean, you were clearly late to the party. You missed the speeches, you missed the painting. So I think you might have missed some of the real authentic celebration and joy that crosswalk had brought us. And we've heard actually a pretty healthy outpouring as well from the community in support of it, and feeling like it's part of that Fairfax vibe, doing things a little bit differently, you know, back to basics. When you talk about going back to basics of, you know, the mid 20th century, I have a lot of issues with some of the stuff we were doing in the mid 20th century. And I think Fairfax forward and taking Fairfax to, you know, a place that upholds belonging, but also upholds a lot of the other goals that we have enshrined in, on, you know, the 2024 goals on our consent calendar. I think that's what we want to be doing. We don't want to be, you know, moving back to just a black and white version of the world, but a more vibrant and inclusive version of the world. So I'd like to see something more durable there. It doesn't have to be the most expensive option. I think it probably shouldn't be, but I think there are creative opportunities. I'm glad that the street bond thing was brought up. Maybe it would be good to get more firm numbers. Or at the very least, I think it would make sense to touch it up as we go into June. But happy to hear some of the thoughts from the other colleagues.
Okay, so I'd like to hear from Vice Mayor Blash and then Councilmember Homan, please.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to point out that we're talking about different types of safety when we're talking about the crosswalks. And there's a lot of us who haven't felt very safe for a long time. And I know that we've heard from members of our community from various different sectors who haven't felt safe for different reasons. You know, I think there were 510 laws passed last year against LGBTQ people in the United States, and that's not even taking into account the number of physical and other attacks. So, you know, I think we're seeing just around the country an upswing in prejudice against all kinds of people that has made a lot of people feel really unsafe. And we're trying to make our community feel more safe. And I'm just going to read a couple of things that people sent to us about this. So I just want to say the flags in the crosswalk really gave the message that everyone's welcome. And so that's not an exclusion of straight people or anybody else. It just gave the idea that more people were welcome. And I think it's the rainbow is inclusive, and it's a really fitting sentiment for our parade and our festival as we move into our festival month. I'm going to read something I recently got, and this person wrote, I just wanted to say to you how proud and impressed I was with the 2023 display of rainbow flags and crosswalk. In the climate of ever more repression of LGBTQ rights, it was an uplifting and beautiful display and message inclusivity. Thank you. I hope it will be a tradition that we continue for many years to come. Another person last year wrote, I will be in the parade with the Spar Center. I am transgender myself. Thank you for the flags and the crosswalk. Big fun. Go Fairfax. And then finally, I'm writing in support for Fairfax to fly the LGBTQ Progress Pride flag in the month of June. Flying the Pride flag across town symbolizes to the LGBTQ plus community that our identities are valued and celebrated in our town. As a queer person living in Fairfax myself, I can attest that it was very impactful to see the pride flag flying over the town hall. I'm so excited to see the flag flying across town. You know, so here, and I'm not really quite to my decision yet on this, but I just want to say that I hear budget concerns, and we are not in a budget crisis in Fairfax. And yet we do need to be careful and mindful. However, I have not heard the budget concerns come up over the chamber banners that we have happily displayed around town, which I think cost about $4,500, I think, just to make. I haven't heard the budget concerns, and they're made of plastic too. I'm just going to put that out there, about the veterans flags that we put up. They didn't seem to be a budget concern. We had a mural painted recently that's wonderful, and everyone loves it. So I just want to put out there that, you know, I think we want to think about when things become a budget concern and when they are not a budget concern. And also say that I am deeply concerned about our streets and roads and street safety, and I'm not really sure that these things are mutually exclusive. So I just wanted to put that out there because there have been people who have not felt safe in Fairfax and have felt really welcomed. And I think a lot of people were quite delighted by the pride flags and the crosswalk.
Thank you. Councilmember Hellman.
Yeah, I agree a lot of what I've heard from all of you. And I agree, Vice Mayor, that we can paint the regular sidewalks and we can maintain this incredible symbol of acceptance and community. I think, you know, as someone who has queer people in my immediate family and extended family, I know it matters to this to the queer community in Fairfax and beyond, the folks that visit our town. I'm wondering if we can do a compromise where we give direction to staff, where we leave it up to them and cap the expense at pick a number, 8, 9, 10,000, and leave it to you to solution.
Okay, so I will ask staff. I mean, one of the things I was thinking of before you spoke, but listening to you as well, is I think I heard Councilmember Catrano talk about, and I just want to say, I'm not talking about going to the mid, back to the 50s. I really wasn't born then, but when I talk about back to the basics, I'm talking about streets, roads, things like that. I would like to ask, is it possible, we got a lot of different figures here, and it appears we need to look at warranties and things like that. I'm just wondering, I heard Councilmember Catrano talk about, just touching it up with street paint rather than regular paint. So maybe one of the things we could do is have our public, and this is a little different from what you proposed, is have our public works director really look into this a little more. And I think what I heard was, let's not choose the most expensive option. Is there a way to look at this as a little less expensive option, and maybe touch it up so it lasts longer? And I'm just wondering if that's something you could do. We do have a budget hearing on May 8th, and we can't take a lot of time on this, but I'm wondering if you could potentially come back. I mean, we still have time. We have another special meeting May 22nd, but that's really on the budget. So I'm wondering, is there some stuff you could explore and really look at this with the idea that we're interested in doing this, but is there a little way to cut it back some and still provide the community feel and what a lot of folks want to see or want to see? Go ahead, Lauren.
Yeah, hi, this is Lauren. So we can certainly look at trying to find some less expensive materials options. One of the things that I really want to make abundantly clear is that working in the street is dangerous, and that we can't simply just show up and start, working in the street without trying to maintain the safety of our staff, our employees. And if you've ever driven along, the highways, you'll see, the different types of signs that say, please take care of, our Caltrans employees, because people die in the streets. So I just want to make real clear that the costs that are associated with working in the streets are not, me trying to spend more money. It's trying to ensure the safety of staff. And we need to do that by making sure that there's signage and that there's appropriate protocols put into place. So I just want to make that real clear that, this isn't something that we can just all show up one day on a Saturday and go out and paint with a couple of rollers. If we're going to do this and we're going to put, city staff into those positions, we need to be really clear that we're trying to put them into a safe environment in which they get to go home at the end of the day. So I'm certainly willing to go and look at alternatives for this. I think that I've heard a lot of the different comments. I think that there are different types of applications for this. So certainly we'll go back and we'll try to figure out a way of doing that. But anyone who's ever walked along Broadway during any time during the day knows that that's a very busy street and it's a very complicated area to work within. So we'll try to find what we can and come back to the council, or if you want direction to,
I personally, we have so much to discuss, so much business to do. Like, I'd prefer this not come back to us. Like, I think they're capable of making a decision. We're talking about under $10,000.
I think if you try to give us that, we can try to work with that. I don't know that I can achieve that. But we can certainly use that as a benchmark and try to see what we can do within that amount.
That seems like a good approach. Let's just stay under 10,000 and and look for options and I want to just thank you.
Yes.
Because some of what people propose, like we just go out on a Saturday or we'll do it the old ways. The old ways probably worked, but we won't. I appreciate your conscientiousness for safety for our staff, and things are different. So I think I just want to ask is everyone okay with Councilmember Hellman's idea of the $10,000 cap? Come back with the way, not actually come back. Let's just do it. Don't come back. Unless for some reason you just can't stay within that. Does that work? Let's make a decision.
I will certainly do my best to come in underneath $10,000 if that is council direction.
Okay, let's move forward with that. And I just want to say another piece to add to the puzzle is as you're doing this work, also consider let's get the rest of those crosswalks refreshed. Appreciate you spending time with us tonight. I realize this is late, and thanks everyone for your comments in the audience on Zoom and also my fellow colleagues. Thank you. Let's move on. We are going to consent calendar and just want to read this right now is the council may approve the entire consent calendar with one action vote. In the alternative, items on the consent calendar may be removed by any town council or staff member for separate discussion and vote. Public comment for items on the consent calendar happens once rather than after each individual item. During the public comment period on consent items, speakers may comment on any items from this section of the agenda. Each speaker will have up to 2 minutes and may only speak once. So are there any questions of staff on the consent calendar items?
I just wanted to congratulate Christine on the upcoming Professional Municipal Clerks Week.
Thank you. Also, is there a finger over there?
No, I'll do it after public comment on consent.
Okay, just want to mention a couple of things that I guess I'll bring up after we do public comment on the consent calendar. Just a couple of changes. So first speaker, please.
Thank you, Mayor. My opinion generally on the consent calendar, it's passed or not including just ministerial things that really don't need to be discussed, like renew our insurance, again, separates the council and your conversations from the general public. But what I find most offensive this evening are the minutes. So the minutes talk about the subject, and we've had an altered narrative, starting with the argument that Stephanie Hellman had, saying that she wanted to change the minutes to reflect a different position. But reviewing the current minutes that are up for review, all they say is who spoke, not our comments. So tonight we have a new audience of people, and I think they'd be very discouraged to find out how we're taking our minutes, that none of their comments are recorded, none of their comments are included for the future of our town in these recorded minutes. And so you're really saying that our comments are unimportant and you're doing whatever you want to do. We take our time to come down here. We take our time to research this material. We take our time to give you a different perspective, and many times a collective perspective from the community that should give you direction to make a better choice. But when you do not take the time to allow our comments be included, you're diminishing all of us from a very arrogant point of view. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, I can speak about any of the items in the consent agenda. Is that right?
Right, and you have 2 minutes total for everything.
During a time where myself, family, and friends are feeling unsafe, whether it be not feeling comfortable wearing our Stars of David, receiving hateful comments purely because of how we were born, and seeing a tidal wave of people who are wanting to devalue us as a people, it fills my cup to feel seen and heard and valued by an act such as Fairfax honoring Jewish American Heritage Month. So I wanted to say thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, good evening again. I'm extremely grateful for the council honoring Jewish American Heritage Month. This brings extra meaning because when I was growing up, we had to hide our Jewish identity. We cannot forget our stories. My husband is also a grandson of Holocaust survivors. And at 10 years old, his grandfather witnessed his parents being shot by the Nazis and fled out the back door of the house, grabbing his 4-year-old little sister. He carried her on his back, hiding in the forest for nearly 4 months, keeping her alive. Let's keep their stories and memories alive, and let's celebrate Jewish life. And I just wanted to add that I've heard some smirking and what seems like disbelief in the hateful anti-Semitism that's happening. I just want to say again that my son goes to White Hill over here. There was a swastika, a massive swastika drawn on the field after October 7th at his school. There was a boy walking around asking who's Jewish, and you know, he would wait for the response and say, "Good, you better not be." So my son came home to me and said, "Mom, I don't know what to do. I'm scared to say. Should I say that I'm Jewish? Should I hide that I'm Jewish here in Marin County?" It's extraordinarily painful, especially coming from my background and my history. And you know, it's really important that we celebrate this. It's really meaningful to us. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, Madam Mayor, Rick Hamer, downtown. Item 6, the minutes. And I know that some of the content of those minutes was incomplete. I don't see how it can be repaired tonight by the omissions that I've seen in that the public comments where only names are mentioned and not what we said. You know, I'm a little bit spoiled. Tony did a great job, and I realized that she's just stepped down. And I've spoken to Tony over the years. She's called and she's actually asked me what I said and things. And we are in a transition for that. But I don't think you can approve the minutes without having the secretary who wrote them or whoever wrote them fill in the incomplete sections. They are substantial, and I don't see how those minutes could be approved as they stand. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, Todd Greenberg here, objecting.
So Todd, you could speak a little bit further back. That would be helpful.
Or they
Thank
could
you.
turn down the mic if the guy can work the volume well. I'd like to start again at 2 minutes right now since I was interrupted. I'm objecting to having 8 seconds to address each of 15 items on a packed consent calendar. Once again, you're packing the consent calendar at the end of the evening so people can't talk on important items. Now that I've wasted 30 seconds pointing that out to you for the umpteenth time, but I guess it doesn't matter because you don't listen to us. That being said, I would like to have you pull items 5, 6, 7, 8, 11, 12, 16, and 18. That's 9 items I'd like you to pull. I'll address what I can in the meantime. You know, you make all kinds of proclamations and you pretty much lie to us that you're all about DEI. Really? You've got 4 proclamations here, and you missed that the month of May is also Mental Health Awareness Month and National High Blood Pressure Education Month and Stroke Awareness Month and World Hypertension Month and Brain Tumor Awareness Month. And then you don't say anything for Mexican Americans about Cinco de Mayo coming up in a few days? Come on. If you're going to be DEI, if that's your motto, be fair to everybody. Why are you taking care of your own little special interest groups to the detriment of everyone else? I'll second what Rick said and what Michael McIntosh said, that the meeting minutes presented tonight are not a factual record of the meeting that went on before. They can't be accepted.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Mark Bell, Fairfax. I don't have a problem with Jewish American History Month. It's a good thing. But we just listened to you talking about inclusiveness. There are a lot of Arabs who live in Fairfax, let alone Marin County, a lot of Arabs who work in Fairfax. Last month was Arab American Heritage Month. There was no mention. There was no mention last year. I brought it up. I brought it to your attention. But again, nothing. Interesting. The other thing I wanted to say basically goes to the minutes, because at the bottom of the page it says, if any matters described above is challenged in court, you may be limited to raising only those issues you or someone else raised. If there's a problem with the video, people go to the minutes. If the minutes just have that someone spoke, what is that saying? It's not, it could be anything. If we're going to have minutes, we need to have minutes. We need to have the public comments recorded. It says it right here. You need to have them.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, I'm Leah Solomon, and I just came from Israel, and my family lives in San Anselmo. So I came here, and I just believe that, and I taught a lot of Hispanic studies. I've been a teacher in the schools in Los Angeles. And I just feel that as a Jew, it's very important to have a Jewish month, History Month, just like if you want to have an Arab month, just if you want to have Pride Month. I believe that that's part of diversity, and that would be something that I feel is really necessary, especially right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hey, PJ Pfeffer, Fairfax. I'm also speaking to thank you for the proclamation in support of Jewish American Heritage Month. Like the prior two speakers, I also would support expanding the town's use of resolutions to all other sort of ethnic and diverse backgrounds, so that everyone's heritage, just like with Pride Month and Jewish American Heritage Month, is supported in a similar manner. Just wanted to share a little bit of my background so you understand how it affects me. I know some of you have heard this in bits and pieces before, but maybe not presented this way. So I was born and raised in New York City by a Jewish father who grew up in Brooklyn, the son of Eastern European Jews who fled Europe in the interwar period, half going to Haifa in what was then mandatory Palestine and half coming to New York. And the son of a Black and Jewish mother who grew up in Harlem and whose family we can only trace back, for what should be obvious reasons, to the 1800s. I was a regular congregant at an Orthodox synagogue in Lower Manhattan, where guests at my bar mitzvah had to be let in through police barricades because it was 3 weeks after September 11th. I grew up 2 blocks north of the World Trade Center site. I have family that's lived in Israel my whole life. Those in Haifa are still there. I have a cousin who's a surgeon in Tel Aviv. Brother was military, went, these are the sorts of diverse backgrounds you don't get to hear about without the sort of ethnic and heritage celebrating proclamation. So I think we should keep this up and expand it.
Thank you. Ms. Ross?
I just wanted to say again, real quickly, thank you for adopting Jewish American Heritage Month, the Jewish Heritage Month proclamation, and also for adopting Asian Pacific American Heritage Month proclamation. Just thank you.
Thank you. Are there speakers on Zoom?
There are speakers on Zoom. We have 7 hands raised. The first speaker is Eva, followed by Sierra. Eva, you are unmuted.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. I wanted to thank you for the 2 proclamations, the Jewish American History Proclamation and Asian Pacific Islander Proclamation. I am half Asian and grew up in Marin. And I want to point out that Asian is a very broad term. And right now we have Asian cousins in Gaza. Palestinians are considered West Asians. And they're undergoing a very terrible time right now. And it's pretty scary. It seems to have mobilized the entire global South to seriously question the values of the United States. And this comes on the heels of the United States having bombed the living bejesus out of multiple
Eva,
Asian
this
countries.
is not you.
No, this is about
This is not
Asian,
on topic. You
Asian
appear to be
Pacific
going into
Islander.
other issues.
Ms. Kohler, you put Asian
will
Pacific
cut you
Islander
off.
on this agenda, and it is relevant to the issue. It is very important that we recognize that starting with Korea in the post-war era, this country felt it was propitious, starting with Korea, to bomb 80% of the architecture
Okay,
in Korea.
this is not on
part of a
topic. I'm
very
cutting you off.
long. This is part of a.
Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Sierra, followed by Mallory. Sierra, you are unmuted.
This is a reminder to continue public open time after this because there are a lot of people that wanted to speak earlier.
Thank you.
And another reminder, just please don't cut people off because you don't understand what the topic is getting at. Because
Thank you. Go ahead, please.
I am going ahead. Don't interrupt me. It interrupts my thought and it cuts me off. I don't like it and I don't appreciate it. Please don't interrupt me. If you don't understand me, just smile and sit there. You don't have to agree with me, Barbara. Now I have to go back and figure out what I was trying to say with my, my thoughts. Thank you very much. As for the minutes and other stuff, I see a lot of us here all the time, including the council and a lot of people that are involved. I wonder how to get more people involved in the local politics. Other than that, I agree with Todd and Rick and Michael and other folks about the minutes and also the consent calendar being too packed. And it's just not right. We've got to change some things and fix them. And that's it. And please quit cutting me off, Barbara. I don't care if you don't understand me. Allow me to speak my mind and my heart. You're not me. And you're not other people too. And if you don't allow us to speak our own public, our minds and hearts without being profane and without bringing in other things that are totally off the lunch counter and without swearing, you need to allow that as a public servant. I'm sorry. Don't be so crabby. You're cutting people
Thank
off.
you.
Excuse me
Thank
for
you.
being
Next speaker,
crabby, but I am.
please.
The next speaker is Mallory, followed by Val. Mallory, you are unmuted.
Okay. I pretty much, as always, agreed with most of what people are saying today. Just a little note to Todd, you didn't get extra time. Nobody usually gets extra time. And I'd like you guys on the panel to think about that. Everybody in the, that we talk a lot, and we talk about what's in our hearts, and we talk to you who were supposed to be our representatives. But you do whatever you want to do. We don't get represented. You whatever your agenda is, and if Catrano wants to run for the office next, or Hellman, whatever that is. I wish you guys would just stay with Fairfax and not
Would you
think
stay
about.
on the consent calendar, please, Mallory? This is not open time.
Okay, the minutes, I agree with the minutes, and I think that those should be recorded both by both by writing and by video. And if we want to, and I'm pro peace. So if that peace is for Jews and Palestinians, I think both should be represented. Okay, and it's not about bad guys or good guys. It's just about peace. And again, I just wish you guys would honor and do your job and represent us. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Val, followed by iPhone. Val, you are unmuted.
Hi, my message is short for these items. Thank you so much for adopting Jewish Heritage Month. Means a lot to the community in Fairfax and Marin County. So thank you very much. I yield my time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is iPhone, followed by Holly. iPhone, you are unmuted.
Hi, thank you. I'm going to also be tying some seemingly disparate issues together, but I'm going to need you to all have faith in my ability to actually make a point at the end of this, because it is related to the consent calendar. So please don't interrupt or censor me. I cannot believe that you just censored an Asian American who was trying to stand up for herself and her people. There's a Miwok land acknowledgement in the agenda notes. Can we thus not call it instead of the Israel conflict, the occupied Palestinian territory conflict? We need to demilitarize the police and demilitarize.
Okay, this is not on topic. This is the consent calendar. I am warning you, I will cut you off.
Do not interrupt me again. You are not royalty. You are not a
consent calendar.
There is a consent calendar item on militarization of the police in Fairfax.
Go ahead.
How dare you interrupt people like that when you are letting Zionists speak their full 2 minutes on unrelated issues? As an anti-Zionist Jew with Jewish Voice for Peace organizing in the Bay Area, I have a right to speak up on this as well. I'm a proud anti-Zionist, and we need to learn the paradox of tolerance here. We don't live in a real democracy, as is apparent by this kind of fascist censorship.
I'm sorry, I'm cutting you off. You've been warned.
How?
Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Holly. Holly, you are unmuted.
Good evening, Mayor Kohler, Vice Mayor Blass, members Catrano, Hellman, and Ackerman. I want to thank you very much for bringing the Jewish American Heritage Month resolution. I don't have to tell you after the last speaker that we have seen a 360% rise in anti-Semitism just this past year. Bringing resolutions like the Jewish American Heritage Month resolution acknowledges our community and allows us to feel like we have a place and that we are being accepted within our own communities. I want to applaud this town council for acknowledging the diversity in the community of Fairfax and also in the community of Marin County. And I also want to thank you for your tenacity tonight. You got a packed agenda, and we're all here going through it with you. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Holly. Next speaker, please.
There are no more speakers.
Okay, bringing it back to the council. I just want to mention, I mentioned this last time. The minutes are not intended to be a recordation of every word that was spoken. And given the transition, the proper way that minutes are usually done is basically the deliberative comments of the council, and that's what's intended here. I think that there was more summary items in the previous minutes that were done by the previous person. And I think, people can always go back to the recordings, but I think in order to get more of a flavor of the discussion, I would prefer that we're not going to record what everybody said, but I think we need to kind of go more middle ground on the minutes. And so I think if you would speak to our person about bringing it back more, because I think we've heard this several times, and I don't want anybody to think that every word you speak, this is not, it's not a, recorder at the court, but we need to get a little more flavor of this, of the comments that we got. So if you could work with her on that, that would be appreciated. And I have a couple of comments, but I think other council members should go before me if you have comments on items on the agenda. I just want to say, just briefly, we have actually 4 proclamations. One is adopt the Jewish American Heritage Month, adopt Asian Pacific American Heritage Month, and adopt Affordable Housing Month proclamation. And I want to thank Vice Mayor Blash for actually drafting that after doing quite a bit of research. And then adopting a Professional Municipal Clerks Week proclamation. And I know Councilmember Catrano already gave a shout out, but we take these seriously. We do miss things. So if you know of something coming up, you can't tell us the night of the meeting, but if you do know of something coming up, give us some advance notice, and please have organizations that usually we get sent kind of templates. We don't usually make them out of whole cloth. So just want to extend that invitation, because we don't always capture everything, and it's not because we're not trying. So I also want to just give a shout out to Ann Manis and Maria Baird for all their work in recreation, but and thank our Kristen Amelie for re-upping on the Commission on Aging. And I do have a few more comments, but I want to see if council members have some comments on the consent.
I was just going to say that we had seen that Biden had declared an Arab American Heritage Month and discussed about whether that would be a good idea next year. So it's definitely in the thought processes of people here. I also just wanted to say that I, as a council member, do not take these notes or edit them or do anything to them. I see them before the meeting. So, I think some people feel like somehow we went and took out their comments. That's not what happened. We have a note taker who takes them according to a template. And so we understand that some people don't like that template. We have a new note taker. So I guess we're addressing that a little bit tonight. And that's it. Thank you.
And I see a finger over there.
Thank you. Yeah. Plus on everything you said, Madam Mayor, on the consent and on the minutes. Yeah, it has been a change, to Mr. Hamer's point. I think there's certain sections of the minutes. We're talking about like 80 Crest Road, where I think it makes sense to group a number of speakers under a particular position on something. I think that's fine. I think there are other sections of the minutes where it literally just says Speaker Todd Greenberg, which is usually the case for most items and is not the most helpful thing for them to capture in the minutes. And I would rather it look similar to like the end of the minutes where it says Todd Greenberg addressed the council regarding X, Y, and Z. I think that those sorts of things are helpful to capture, not just speaker names all the time. And I know other agencies have similar issues on TAM. Sometimes Transportation Authority of Marin, we just group all of the people in one paragraph and just say all of these people spoke. But I think there are interesting things that members of the public bring up to us, whether it's to say we should have this proclamation for Arab American Heritage Month, and it's not captured anywhere, but it should be captured in the minutes, so we don't forget it for the next year. But those are some thoughts on that. And then one other thing, there was an error under the minutes future agenda items section. It should have read Councilmember Catrano and Councilmember Hellman, not Vice Mayor Blash, under that section. So that's all I got.
Okay, well, there were a couple of corrections to the minutes. That was one that I caught. I also, as far as I know, Janet Colson has not become the mayor. That may have happened and I missed it, but it says Mayor Colson. So I provided a couple of just quick edits, and I hope we can make those changes. Just on the council goals on item 8, the council goals are fine, but the actual, and thank you all for coming, the actual presentation under the city clerk goals, one of the big glaring missing items is that we're actually holding an election November 5th. There's a lot of pre and post work, and the electronic filings don't cover that. So that's a big one. So I hope that we can make sure, I don't think you're going to forget it. Not a problem. And then under item 11, the Citizens Disaster Council, I had asked for 2 representatives from Fire Safe Marin, and it only shows 1. And so if we can make that 2 when we finally adopt this. So I think that was really all I had. And I think we might be ready for
I'm happy to make the motion to move consent. I also just had one other thing I forgot to add, which is at the Transportation Authority of Marin meeting. I didn't capture this at the time because I had to put that meeting on the council reports in advance. But we had applied last year for funding for EV fleet readiness, which a lot of communities, and this is part of our climate action plan, had applied to the regional agency, the Metropolitan, well, it's called Metro now, but MTC, Metropolitan Transportation Commission. And we just got word back that we received $100,000. So that's the dollar amount, $100,000 for EV fleet readiness for the town of Fairfax.
Well, hooray.
So, yeah.
That's great. And thank you. And so
And
Councilmember
I'll
Catrano.
just add that I concur on what was said about the minutes. I think I would be in favor of adopting these minutes tonight, not going back, but in the future, if we can try to get a little bit more of the content of the speakers.
Okay, so just with the changes that were discussed, could you go ahead and make the motion?
Yep, I'm happy to move the consent calendar with the changes and recommendations that were brought up at this meeting.
Okay, would someone like to second that?
I'll second it.
Okay, Madam Clerk, would you like to take a roll call vote?
Yes, Mayor. Councilmember Ackerman,
Yes.
Councilmember Hellman,
Yes.
Councilmember Catrano,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Blash,
Yes.
Mayor Kohler.
Yes. And I just want to remind folks at the dais that we still have more items to cover, including continuing with open time. So council report and comments are in the packet. We already approved those with the addition that Councilmember Catrano brought up. Future agenda items, I had asked that we include an overview of what we're doing on the stormwater program. And I had asked for that in May, and I understand it wasn't available, which is fine. But I spoke to a public works director, and he had no recollection that that was a request. And the other item I asked for as a future agenda item was an overview of where we are on all the bridges. That to me, so I would really like to see those very soon, not the same agenda, spread it out. And town manager's report, and then we will continue open time.
All right, I'll try to be quick. I wanted to mention that we had a very successful Take Back Day this past weekend. And thanks in large part to having a former council member now, Marin Sanitary Service employee, Renee Goddard, organizing that event as she had done previously as a volunteer. That event had collected about more than 1,200 pounds of e-waste, more than 2,000 pounds of paper shredding. There was a number of people who came for compost, and information was provided as well. And then the PD was also there taking back unused medications, and we had a record amount of medications, over 73 pounds of medication. So that's quite good compared to previous years in particular. So very proud of them all for that. We have the mayor and manager will be at a table at the farmers market on May 15th, and will be joined by the police, who will be displaying their equipment. So if people have concerns or questions about the equipment in the consent calendar, that's one way to take a look at that, all of that standard equipment. And we will
And just
also,
quickly, we're going to do that 4:30 to 6.
yes.
Just for folks out there.
Thank you. Yes. And it is also, it's been publicized in on our website and in a special newsletter item. And then we will also have Bryn there to talk about ADUs and other housing options that people may want to talk about. So I think that'll be really exciting. We also have May 19th at 771 Center will be the Ride and Drive Clean event. So we had that last year in Fairfax, and it was very successful. So we want to make sure and have that again, despite not having a climate action coordinator at the moment. So I'll take that as a win. And then I wanted, and I do have flyers on that. And then I wanted to just point out that the county-wide Memorial Day celebration is occurring in San Rafael at the County Civic Center May 27th. And music starts at 9 a.m. And we will also be able to, mention this in the newsletter, but it's a county-wide event.
Excellent. Thank you. So we'll move back into open time. I want to remind folks of what I said in the beginning of the meeting about not using profanity or disparaging people, and that while I'm aware of our ability to silence these types of comments constrained by the Brown Act and the First Amendment, I'm asking everyone to please be civil and refrain from such disparagement. And I can disconnect folks whose comments disrupt the orderly conduct of our meeting and or absent appropriate findings are not under the council's subject matter jurisdiction or are not germane to the topic or matter being discussed. And this is open time, so you have to remember it should be within our jurisdiction. So with that, I'm not going to read the whole statement, but let's go, Mark Bell.
Hi. The United States is supposed to be a country of laws. Yet there's a UN binding resolution for a ceasefire in Palestine. 153 countries voted to support a ceasefire in Palestine. The United States has been in violation of at least 5 laws, especially with the munitions that they've been supplying Israel with. What Israel has done is indiscriminate bombing of civilian population, including using phosphorus bombs on civilian populations. Mass executions. They just found what, 380 bodies from a hospital? How many hospitals now have been destroyed? Over 30? It's time for the United States to support actively a ceasefire. And obviously, it's not doing it, which means that it's obvious that we, the people, have to insist that this occur. We talk about, oh, well, there's, the budget. We talk about the budget in Fairfax. Look at the budget of the United States government. How many tens of billions of dollars just in the past several months have gone to Israel to bomb a civilian population? We've had doctors targeted, nurses targeted, health workers targeted, etc.
Thank you. And
So I support a resolution. Thank you.
thank you, Mark. I just want to ask folks in the audience, while all of you spoke, people were respectful. You may not agree with the speakers, but please be quiet. And if you feel that you disagree and want to speak to each other, please go outside. Thank you. Please go outside. Everyone, we want to be respectful of all speakers. Thank you.
It's honestly feeling dangerous to be an anti-Zionist Jew here tonight. I'm here because you censored me twice on the Zoom call, which I believe was a violation of the Brown Act, and I will be taking that up later. I grew up here. I performed at Bookbeat before it was Gestalt House because I went to the Alley Cat Music School. I'm a proud anti-Zionist Jew from the Ashkenazi Khans who escaped the pogroms of Russia. Being a Jew, to me, means saying never again for anyone. Zionists are unfortunately a case of the oppressed becoming the oppressor. And I ask you what Mark asked, what about the Islamophobia? What about the Arab and Muslim kids? I grew up in the era after 9/11, and the terror that they faced from other children, adults, neighbors, the police, was terrorism. We don't live in a democracy. We live in an oligarchy. Land back here and land back in Palestine. See the rest of my time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
As you did 3 times.
Okay, ma'am, did you speak at open time already?
Yeah, I spoke
Okay,
earlier.
well, you don't get to speak again. This is to finish open time. So you'll just, I know you're new, but
am
one
new.
time for
What?
open time. You're done.
Got it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker, PJ.
Hi, PJ Pfeffer, Fairfax. First, I didn't hear it at all during this meeting, but I missed a lot of the first. Shout out to May Day and support for everybody celebrating or recognizing International Workers' Day. You heard a little bit about my background before, just to continue, because this is an issue that affects the budget as we get into budget season. It affects the climate, it affects our safety, and that is also to echo Mark Bell and the speaker after him's comments in support of a ceasefire. As someone with family members who already completed their service in Israel, every day this war goes on, the chances of their being called back into service and sent back directly into harm's way increases. If that were the only reason, that would be enough. But obviously we can't forget the toll it's having on everybody in the region. The toll follows us back here in the governor's January budget reports. They cite one of the economic hardships being the effects of shipping in the Middle East being disrupted by this ongoing war. It's not just a famine in the region, it affects people's ability to access food everywhere. As a City University of New York alumnus, where I did my undergraduate and went to a public school administered by CUNY, also want to speak out about the violence there. And I just want to hope that our town and Marin County generally won't support any sort of violent repressions like we saw on the City College of New York campus last night. Back to May Day, just want to thank Sean Fain for his comments in the UAW support for a ceasefire for 6 months.
Thank you. Todd, I believe you spoke at open time. All right, go ahead.
Hi, Todd Greenberg here. You know, I've spoken to at least one of these council members here before about your actions being out of scale and a lack of focus on the problems at hand directly that need to be taken care of first, that Jessica Lashbrook, I believe, spoke to earlier with her experience as a single mother. You're so busy doing other things and spending money on special pet projects that you're not taking care of the basics here. Is that why you're here? To do your own agenda? Why aren't you listening to the people? Why, when I spend a day, I take a day off, and I'm the only member of the public that sat through the whole town annual retreat meeting where goals were set, are my comments not reflected in the record? Why is there, at that meeting I spoke, that there's no discussion of the failures of this town council and how you're going to do better next time? There seems to be no cost consciousness. It's not just about one thing, as one of the council members up here said, trying to argue their point. It's about being cost conscious about everything and what your priorities are supposed to be in representing the people here. The public funds are not yours to spend as you see fit. Is that why you ran for office? Wow. Just absolutely amazing. And as far as this foray and that foray on different things, you know, Fairfax, most of the people here, they grew up when peace, love, and tie-dye was the theme. And that covers a lot of ground.
Thank you, Todd. Next speaker, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I do hope that there's somebody that will speak after me, because I don't want to leave, you know, a bad taste in everybody's mouth for the last conversation. But I certainly bring up to the council, and Barbara, as much as sometimes I agree with you and sometimes I don't, your disposition to some of the people that call, if it's not what you support, is really rude. You cut them off legally with the First Amendment, and legally when you're a public official, legally people are allowed to disparage you, to share their frustration. And this has been adjudicated and sent to the council on a recent decision up in what was it, Santa Rosa. So you're very aware of this. But when people take the time to come down here and tell you something that they really believe in, and they've done research and they've said, hey, it's kind of like you guys aren't listening. And I mean, I accept that each and every one of you, and I certainly have preferences, really did come on here with the best of intentions, wanting to do something good for your community. But some of your actions more closely reflect that you drank the Kool-Aid and it's like, oh, I can just do what I want. And when I see comments from one of our public officials saying not to listen to the 90% because you just want to do what you believe is right, that's offensive. And Chance, I see the question on your face. It's Carolyn TV recorded from Stephanie. So I'm just trying to be tactful, so don't pretend we didn't hear it. But what I'm really saying is somebody has taken the time to come speak before you. Somebody has taken the time to say, I have a different point of view, and you're not listening. And that's really, really offensive. And I wish you guys would think, if there's a chance holding up a mirror, if you're on this side of the dais and said, wow, would I want my voice heard? Could it be a better decision, because the best decision is not yours or mine. It's somewhere in between.
Thank you, Michael. Next speaker, please. Looks like no one in the room. Christine, could you shut that mic off, please? Or Michael, thank you.
Sorry about that.
Next speaker, please. Anyone on Zoom? I think there are some on Zoom.
There are 6 speakers on Zoom.
Okay.
The first one is Eva, followed by Sierra. Eva, you are unmuted.
Hey, this is Ava, and I did want to point out, excuse me, I was cut off by Ms. Kohler earlier in my comment. I called in, I made a perfectly rational comment. There was no disparagement, there was no profanity. I spoke in a perfectly calm manner. But apparently, Ms. Kohler was very offended by what I said. Now, what I said was related to Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month, which was on the consent calendar. And I want to contrast that with the respect that she offered to PJ Pfeffer, who was also speaking in a very calm manner. He was making perfectly factual points about himself, about his background, and thanking you for the Jewish American History Proclamation, which is something I praised as well. But you see a very different treatment of someone with Asian American background calling in and talking about the specific history of this country. It's, penchant for bombing. And I think in this day and age, we would consider the bombing of Korea to be genocidal. The bombing of Vietnam, of Laos, the bombing we did in Iraq, the bombing we did in Afghanistan. Now, I think that the rest of the council should ask themselves whether the mayor's conduct toward me, a caller who raised merely the issue of bombing of Korea, why was that? Why was I cut off? Well, Mr. Pfeffer was allowed to speak to his full 2 minutes. I think that is something the rest of the council should address, and I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Sierra, followed by Val. Sierra, you are unmuted.
Sierra who? It's monkey mind emoji tonight. Thank you to everyone, really. It does take a village. And open time is just that, open. We're all an acquired taste, anti and pro this and that, dismissing whoever we disagree with. What understanding? Let's just shoot. Yes, I can write out my thoughts, my thoughtlessness, or my great novels or whatever. Doesn't matter. Or wing it. And I'll remain myself either way. So what? And what to say? Thank you basically to anyone involved in trying to make our world a better place. And how do we get more people involved in producing actual community building or ways? Council is a hard and impossible job. Life is a hard and impossible job. Whatever side of the dais one is on, and perhaps we can have a good time. And no, we don't need to all agree, nor do I want us to. I think the only true decisions can be made from all sides working it out. I continually wonder, is it possible to get past whatever we think we know? The automatic knee-jerking ingrained beliefs and responses which are just not entirely true or accurate. We scratch each other's beliefs and we start shooting and start fighting. We don't consider, oh, I hadn't thought about that. And what about this? So I'm accused of being off topic, whatever that is. And I seriously suggest broaden your scope and quit cutting off folks you just plain old do not understand, who actually and seriously do have a right to express themselves in our own ways without having to fit into anybody else's expectations or boxes. Earlier tonight and other nights in council, there has been clapping allowed. You're overly discriminating, and it's not fair. Clapping happens. Get over it. Stop trying to control the tide. There are more productive and skillful responses. Lastly, we talk about affordable housing. Longtime Fairfax Phil Hill died yesterday.
Thank you. Thank you.
More for
Next
homelessness.
speaker, please.
The next speaker is Val, followed by Michael. Val, you are unmuted.
Good evening. I'm a Marin County resident for the last several years, but I did not live in Bay Area or even the United States all my life. I'm a refugee from the former Soviet Union, and I came to the United States to find refuge here for my religious and human freedom that I didn't have in the Soviet Union. I grew up in a family where we always discussed anti-Semitism, potential pogroms, discrimination, and it was such a big part of my life. I would never reveal to people unless asked that I was Jewish. That is how hostile the environment I lived in was. When I came to this country in the mid 1990s, I cannot express in words how free the environment felt for me. I got married, had 2 children, whom both had bar and bat mitzvah. When my son had his bat mitzvah, I proclaimed to everyone with tears how amazing it felt for me to be able to be free, a free Jew in a country of free, and celebrate the very first bar mitzvah in our family. Well, October 7th happened. And when you think that the world would empathize and stand by American Jews who stood next to every good cause to help every single minority, when you thought that everyone would stand next to us, that's the time when so many turned against us, boycotting Jewish businesses, harassing and gaslighting Jewish students in colleges, making Jews feel so unsafe. So the talks about anti-Semitism and fear of what the consequences of this hate are back in my family and amongst my friends. Please ask yourselves why. Why are you interested bringing up Israeli-Hamas agenda to Fairfax? I'm asking you to follow the communities that decided not to bring it or rejected it. I'm asking you not to agendize anything related to Israel-Hamas war. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Michael, followed by Esther. Michael, you are unmuted.
Thank you very much. Today, the House of Representatives passed by an overwhelming bipartisan majority a bill to officially recognize the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism. I'm proud to note that our Congressman Jared Huffman voted in favor of this bill. Why bring this up now? Because if the Council proceeds with bringing any resolution at all regarding the Israel-Hamas war, even a strong statement against Hamas, you can absolutely expect that you will hear many comments in this chamber which will go well beyond legitimate criticism of Israel or even beyond lies about Israel right into that definition of anti-Semitism. And as we've already seen in multiple local government meetings around the Bay Area, you may indeed get a situation where the mayor will need to clear the room and where hostile chants take place outside the meeting room to the point that Jewish community members feel they need a police escort to safely leave. Is that really what you want to bring to this chamber? Is that going to promote the environment you want to see in this town? Feelings of safety need to count for the Jewish community as well. And while I genuinely respect the thoroughness with which the council addressed the issue of painting a crosswalk tonight, how much more time would it take you to come to a genuinely informed decision by conducting a similarly detailed analysis of a war 7,000 miles away, which is part of a 100-year-old ethno-national conflict? Please respect the fact that, as you said during open comment time, things should be limited to things within the council's jurisdiction. People want to address issues about the Israel-Hamas war, they should address it to our senators and to our president and to Congressman Huffman. Please do not agendize such a resolution for Fairfax. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Esther, followed by Holly. Esther, you are unmuted.
This council has no jurisdiction or duty to take a position on international affairs. On foreign affairs, our nation speaks with one voice through our federal government. Don't agendize any proclamation about what's happening in the Middle East. But if you get into foreign affairs, please consider proclamations about those who are most oppressive, murderous, and enslaving. The Global Slavery Index reports there are now nearly 1.9 million people enslaved in Russia, 1.3 million in Turkey, 740,000 in Saudi Arabia, over 500,000 in Afghanistan. In Western Sudan, Arab militias terrorize un-Arabized Black Africans, massacring men and taking women as slaves. After these militias ethnically cleansed the Black Africans, they colonized their ancestral lands. 280,000 Africans are held as slaves in Algeria, Libya, and Mauritania. About 35,000 Africans are enslaved in Sudan. About 80,000 Nigerian women are slaves in Lebanon, Mali, Oman, Saudi Arabia, and United Arab Emirates. Islamic terrorist organization Boko Haram murdered more than 50,000 Christians and enslaved about 4,000 Christian children, particularly young girls, for sexual bondage. China enslaved more from 100,000 to several 100,000 Uyghurs who are presently subject to forced sterilization and forced abortion. Genital mutilation of girls is practiced nearly universally in Somalia, Egypt, and Sudan. The Palestinian government reports that 59% of their women and girls suffer domestic violence. Hamas murders political dissidents and attacks Israeli civilians nearly daily, explicitly aiming to annihilate the entire Jewish population. Promoting the supporters of Hamas through proclamations only encourages hate and violence. Please do not agendize any resolution about the war in Israel or Gaza.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Holly. Holly, you are unmuted.
Good evening, everyone. I wanted to say, first off, thank you again. It's almost good morning, actually, since it's almost morning. But I wanted to thank the council for all of the work that you've done. I also want to ask you, tonight we've seen the type of divisiveness that a resolution would create. We've seen people that don't really feel safe, either in the room or in Fairfax when, resolutions like this come up. I've been to multiple other jurisdictions where comments have gone on for over 7 hours, and it has led to only communities that are divided. So I do think there is a way to work for what you're trying to accomplish, but I don't think bringing it before the town council is the solution. Also, one of the things that I haven't really heard tonight is anything about the 139 hostages that are still kept by Hamas. And, Hamas is not the Palestinian people, and I do believe the Palestinian people. And the Israelis do want peace. However, with 139 hostages, and these are people's brothers, sisters, mothers, fathers. And, I would just ask you, please, not to bring a resolution and not to divide the community and not to make people feel unsafe and unwelcome. And I think that will be the result. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Are there any more speakers on Zoom?
There is one more speaker on Zoom, and that is Mark. Mark, you are unmuted.
Well, I guess I get to close the evening down. Good evening to you all. I went to the ballet tonight and enjoyed culture. I hope all of us can have the opportunity to enjoy something like Swan Lake. It was a glorious thing. And I happen to be ready to make a comment, having been to the listened to the Richmond Town Council last night. It was so disheartening to hear people talking about genocide and apartheid. And there's actually language in their document talking about Israel being a settler colony. So this can get way out of hand. I certainly hope you're going to table any potential resolution. I should identify myself as someone who received the United Against Hate proclamation in November and witnessed the vitriol, both anti-Semitic and homophobic. It was so shocking to experience that. And I hope we don't open up the opportunity again for such hate. Lastly, I really want to emphasize, I was in Israel during the bombing, the 330 missiles. It was terrifying to be there. And I'm sure it's terrifying to be in Gaza. And it's a very unfortunate mess. But I want to emphasize that what I've learned is this is a proxy war, Hamas being supported by Iran. So this is just way beyond a fight. It's a fight for survival for Israel, and it's a fight for Western democracy. And I hope Fairfax will focus on local issues and encourage our senators, as someone said, to handle these affairs. Thank you very much, and good night.
Thank you. Are there any more speakers?
There are no more speakers on Zoom.
Okay, I'd like to adjourn in memory of Kevin Carroll, who was a Larkspur council member, and three folks that were Fairfaxians, Alan Lewis Burns, Rick Adix, and Roy Georgie Sr. Thank you all.
Can I add one more, Mayor? Dave Jeffries, the Deputy Executive Director of the Marin Emergency Radio Authority, which I serve on, he suddenly passed away the beginning of last week. And he was just here to our Community Emergency Preparedness Committee meeting, drove all the way down from northern Sonoma County to speak to us about disaster preparedness and emergency preparedness. And yeah, it's just really shocking to all of us at Mira. And he'll be missed. He was critical for that agency. So anyway, just wanted to add that to the list.
Thank you. And with that, we're adjourned. Thank you all.